guys ready? Oh, yeah, yeah. Hello? You can hear me? Oh, great. Sorry. Okay. So, good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here. Without coffees, it's great to still have all of you here. I'm Mehek. I'll be the moderator for today. And I am joined by Jens from the Confederation of Industry in Denmark. Did I get that right? The Danish industry. Yes. And awesome. And I'm also joined by Ellie, who is the director for Norwegian business delegation to COP29, which is Innovation Norway. So I'm going to keep that introduction very brief. And what I would like to hear from you is your introduction, your role in your organization, but also how you bring in nature and climate into your role on a day-to-day basis or broadly.
You want me to start?
Go ahead.
Yeah. Thank you very much, and great to be here on this important topic. So climate and nature, I think, is a topic that we will hear much more about, and the dilemmas that are facing. You know, those two are really clashing. So we just finished with COP16. We're here with COP29. So we have the COP on biodiversity, and now we have the COP on climate. And these two are very separate entities, you know. But for at least for business, which I represent and work with, I think that these two are going to be a big challenge in the years to come. So yeah, maybe I should just stop there, and then I will explain a little bit more about how Innovation Norway works with these topics and with the Norwegian industry. But maybe Danish industry would like to say a few words as well. Thank you.
I would love to. Thank you so much. Thank you for inviting me here today. I'm very honored to be sitting here. And I love that it's in the morning, as we talked about. That's when I'm the most alive. That's going to dip later in the day. So thank you for that. I work as a climate consultant at the Danish industry. Thank you for the introduction also. I think I agree with you that, you know, we have these two crises that are separate, but I also think we have to remember that they're deeply interlinked. And what I mean by that is that if you degrade ecosystems, for instance, that's also going to release a lot of emissions into the atmosphere, while at the same time it's going to cause problems for biodiversity. So we have to look at them as separate, but we also have to look at ways where we can address them both at the same time. So yeah, just wanted to say that. And then I think we can get back to your other question also.
Thank you. So that actually raises a very interesting point, and it's one of my biggest dilemmas is, you know, we're faced with a lot of challenges today and a lot of crises. But the solution to everything is not another COP, in my opinion. Yes, there's COP16, you have COP on climate, you have desertification. But the COPs, they're great. I mean, it's a very required platform to bring a lot of different voices together. But at the same time, the progress at these spaces in multilateral, just by nature of how they work, is that you can only go as fast as your least ambitious country or, you know, organization. And so to that extent, where do you see the merging of climate and biodiversity or the divergence of it? Because in my opinion, it's, you know, it's middle school science. We learned that climate affects nature, nature affects climate, biodiversity, like you said. It is one part of one big ecosystem. And so do you think it's, you know, the existing narrative is that it's two separate things, but do you think it needs to come back into one joint conversation?
Yeah, absolutely. You're quite right. And that was, I think, also my intervention just now, is that the dilemmas is between the one and the other, really what we're facing. And for the industry as such, I think they will face it more than ever in the coming years. So just 2 words about maybe Innovation Norway, those of you who doesn't know what we do and what we are. So we are a governmental vehicle to support Norwegian value creation. And by value creation, we're talking about business, really. To everything from supporting startups to those who are in the growth phase, to those who are going internationally, and be on the international arena, competing with others, looking for partners, and establish themselves out in the world. So how do we do this? So one thing is that we have offices all over Norway to be close to those who are the really starting up new companies. We want them to be all over Norway and not just in one part of the country. So therefore we have offices all over Norway. We also have offices, about 30 or now is maybe 25 offices around the world, because we support the Norwegian companies when they go abroad and become international growth companies. But what I guess in those areas we are advisors, but we are also a big bank. Maybe most people don't think about that we are a big bank. So we have assignments from 8 different ministries in Norway. And part of that is that we administer financing to support the Norwegian industry. Most of that financing is also greening of the industry, both within research and development areas where we have one big scheme, but also in the green transition. So very specific. So when you're looking from a company perspective, you need grants, you need loans, you need guarantees, you need access to risk capital, really both with initiating new solutions to our challenges, both within biodiversity and climate, but you also need the capital for changing the industry. When we are going to have the green transition, from transitioning away from oil and gas and carbon, we need funding for that, for the companies to do. So when they apply for funding to Innovation Norway, there's the first thing that happen is that we ask them, all the companies that apply for funding, what are your positive impacts on society and on environment? And underneath that is, of course, very specific. So do you, on climate specifically, on NOx, on biodiversity, circular economy, if you have anything positive, you have to state that. And of course, some of the schemes requires very specific, that you have to do this or have to do that to have access to the funding. But no matter what kind of funding you apply for, this is the first question, okay? So you have to say what you do positive. Now, the next question is do no harm. So there comes, okay, with your business proposal, what you're going to do, will there be any negative impact? And part of negative impact here is human rights, labor rights, and also the environment, both climate and biodiversity. So we can have a fantastic project, application on climate, for example, but if it has negative impact on the biodiversity, they will be turned down. So we have examples on that. So that's how we do it in practice. And I'm very, interested in having your views on dilemmas and how we're tackling this, if this is good enough and stuff like that. But so I hope we'll be able to include the audience on that discussion. Thank you.
Absolutely. I think we'll come to that in a minute. And it's really great to hear all the ambition and the leadership and the implementation of those ambitions that you've just described. And I think I'd like to come to you in terms of, because you also represent almost, I think, 20,000 employees across businesses. And I guess bringing it back to an advocacy perspective, is that something you're seeing businesses ask for in terms of support or in terms of what they're looking at when they want to work for companies, when they want to have certain policies in place? What is the expectations on that front?
Absolutely. First, I want to go back to what you said about COP, because I think that was very important, actually. And I think it's a mistake that we see right now, that people think that we meet these 2 weeks every year, and then that's it. And then they don't follow up on that. And we see it from the agreement text last year. We had the tripling of renewable energy. We had the doubling of energy efficiency. We're not really on track to meet those goals. We're not on track to meet the Paris Agreement goals. Actually, this year is shaping up to be the hottest year on record. And we have breached the 1.5 degree goal this year. Doesn't mean that it's completely breached, because it's an average over more years. But it's alarming and it's concerning. And I think it shows that we need to follow up on what we actually agree on at COP. So year-round effort and not just 2 weeks. Then to go back to what you said, I do feel like businesses are becoming more and more concerned with also the nature crisis. We've seen the climate crisis being on the agenda for them for many years, and perhaps for some businesses the nature crisis have not been as dominant, and I think we owe a huge thank you to NGOs and civil society who have really been trailblazers in making sure that the nature crisis is also put on the agenda. I'm seeing a change now in businesses. I think a good example of that is New York Climate Week that took place back in September, where I was organized. I wasn't fortunate enough to go, but I was organizing from home, as you are. And I was organizing the climate program and trying to get these businesses engaged in that. And they said, that's great, like it's super interesting, but actually nature and biodiversity is what we are mostly interested in at this year's New York Climate Week. So I think we are seeing a change here, which I'm happy about, that companies are showing that both of these are important.
That's fantastic. And I think one highlight for me is often the adoption of nature-based solutions and how businesses really play a role in driving that. So is that something you particularly look out for with your funding applications or with businesses that you work with? Ellie, I'll start with you.
Yes, it certainly is. So as I said, it is both in what we, if they have solutions that are very positive, that's good, but also on the negative side that we don't finance negative impact, or at least as little as possible. We have also a requirement there that it should be best in class. So if they don't use the technology or the solutions available to minimize negative impact as at the highest standard, they will not get this financing. And I think we work a bit the same way, that the reason why we're here with a business delegation is, of course, that these are the companies that need to transition away from carbon. These are the ones that need to be part of the solutions for the green transition. So they need to be here, both with those that needs to be challenged and inspired and nudged. I think this is a fantastic place where that's happening for 2 weeks. It's amazing because they see then, okay, who are the best ones within my industry on this topic, and everyone wants to be the best one. So that's one aspect. And the other one is, the really cool climate solutions. They can be from small companies that no one has heard of, and here they get the opportunity to be heard by others that, across the globe, and be able to spread that type of solutions and form new partnerships to make it scale. So I think both of them are very important. But like you, it's not enough to work, 2 weeks of the year, certainly not. So when we, for COP, for example, the companies have to apply to be part of the Norwegian business delegation. And part of the question we ask them is, why are you going? What are you bringing? Do you have goals that are aligned with the Paris Agreement? These type of questions before we select who we bring along. And then we work with these companies, from when they have been selected to when we are here, challenging them. What will you bring to COP? Will you sign new agreement? I mean, trying to push them, but also looking at the topics they want to bring to COP to make sure it holds a high quality and the level we want to see here. And I hope and I think that, back to the topic of today, that climate and biodiversity will become very intertwined in the years to come, working with these companies both here and on other platforms throughout the year, I would say. Yeah.
Thank you, Jens.
Very happy that you mentioned also the small companies, because I think sometimes we tend to forget them, and actually they're quite often more rooted in local communities and thus know more what are the actual problems on the ground. So I'm happy that we're also talking about them. I agree that we need to look at ways where we can see the nature crisis and the climate crisis being interlinked and look for solutions where you can address them both. And I think one issue that we have in Denmark, for instance, we're quite good when it comes to renewable energy, I would say, but we're very, very bad when it comes to resource consumption. Denmark is only 4% circular, which means that 96% of all resources are new. That's an issue. It means that we have a very, very high carbon footprint per capita. And I'm experiencing that many companies are actually looking for ways that they can reuse these resources more efficiently. And one way is to make sure that we can actually scale that and make sure that it's not cheaper to constantly just use new resources. So they need some help with that, especially if they're a smaller company. And that's also where I think government comes in and regulation comes in. Yeah, so I just wanted to say that I think that's one way that you can address both is if you increase the circularity rate in a country like Denmark, for instance.
Yeah, 100%. And I think I have kind of one last question for the panelists before we open up to the audience. But what I see quite often, and I'm keen to hear your experience on it, is that when, say, projects, local projects, small businesses, they're often looking for funding. Like you say, there's lots of best practices involved, but what's best is constantly changing. The science is constantly changing. How is that addressed, and how are you ensuring that there is no commodification of a social issue? Because sometimes when finances or capital is granted, there's expectation of a return. So is that purely a financial return in your experience, or is a social return also considered strongly when getting these things out?
Yes, so from Innovation Norway's side, we require reporting on those issues. So if you say that you have a positive impact on climate, we want to see the results. and the same with nature or circular economy. So yes, we have numbers on that, on the positive impact. But I think that will expand in the years to come, as Norway is not a member of the EU, but still for the Norwegian companies, they are often also present in EU countries or have partners or customers or owners, for that matter, in EU countries. I think that the drive for regulation on reporting within the EU is already we have a lot of debate on that in Norway, where most companies are a bit scared and have a high workload, I would say, to apply with the new EU regulations. But I think that's very on the positive side. And also for Innovation Norway, we have a quite new agreement with the European Investment Fund to support, again, the Norwegian industry in the transition with grants primarily, but also with some risk capital. And they, of course, require that all the funding are applied by the EU regulations on reporting. So we see that now Innovation Norway also have to step up and shift and see, okay, where are we compliant and what are we missing, on the reporting side. So getting a lot more data in the years to come.
Thank you. And just on that point, is out of all the metrics that you have, that you use to kind of get to that number, you use to kind of apply and be compliant, how many of those are really nature or biodiversity inclusive and not just, emissions or GHG emissions or carbon or whatever it is? How many of those metrics go beyond that?
I'm not sitting on the numbers in my head, but we have specific schemes also that are very much onto circular economy and support, a group of companies coming together to solve specific issues on that. But I'm sorry that I don't have any numbers for you.
Thank you. And do you have any inputs on that front, or?
And your first question or your second question here?
Whichever you want to answer. Ideally both.
Okay, I'll start with the first question then, I think. Because we all hear to discuss climate finance and how we can mobilize way more climate finance. We know that the private sector will need to deliver way more than it has. I also see a private sector that's willing to do so. One thing that we've done at Danish Industry is that we released a white paper on how we can mobilize more private climate finance. And one of the things we actually point to is we need more multi-stakeholder involvement. We need to collaborate with the local communities, which was what you talked about, so that we make sure that these initiatives are locally driven. Not only is that good for the company because it helps them track that their finance also has climate effects or nature effects, but it's also best for the climate because you make sure that the money is going to where it's needed the most by collaborating with those who actually are boots on the ground and know what's going on. So I think that's super important, and that's something that we can do better than we have been today, for sure.
Thank you. I'm going to open it up now because, yeah, we can just continue talking about this forever, but if the audience has questions.
Leave kind of soonish, so that is why I'm asking my question very early on. First of all, thank you for being here today. It's extremely interesting to speak to industry because I haven't done that in the past 2 weeks already. I'm Sarah, by the way, German youth delegate, and I have a very concrete question. So I see that industry and business here, they want to become champions of climate and nature. We actually already have champions in climate of nature. Indigenous peoples and local communities are only making up 5% of the world's population, but safeguarding over 80% of biodiversity and carbon sinks. How do you make sure as businesses and industry that you meet with these people? I'm also kind of not want to criticize, but it would have been cool if someone from the front lines would have been part of this panel so they can share their side of the story. How do you make sure your business delegations meet indigenous peoples who are the safeguarding our nature and biodiversity until now?
Yeah, thank you for a very important question, I would say. We had, to give you one example, we had two panels actually. I think it was yesterday, I'm getting confused about the days. No, the day before yesterday. Here with low-lying island as the main topic. So as you said, I mean, it's not only that they lose the land they're living on and important historical monuments for them, but also they are losing the fresh water. So that's the first thing that happens. So we had one panel that was addressing that, also including a Norwegian company, which is a specialist on deep water reservoirs and has a solution actually to both secure the water and secure that the low-lying islands are not drowning, but is actually elevated. So that's one example. And of course, then we had representatives here, both from UNESCO, research, university, as well as business, as well as representatives from the low-lying islands themselves, from the government. So that's one example. And we did the same with the one panel before that. So yes, we are inviting them to be part of the conversation and of course reaching out to them here at COP to have that conversation. So we've been going around to all the Palo Alto, I mean, and all the small places here actually to hear their voice and to get connections with them. So yeah.
Thank you so much for your question. Coming from Denmark, it's maybe not something that we necessarily always talk enough about. So it's very good that other people bring it to our attention, for sure. I think, as I said before, the thing about engaging the local communities, that also definitely involves indigenous people. Because as you said, they have been, I mentioned before, NGOs and civil society being trailblazers of nature conservation. So are indigenous people. There's a lot that we can learn from them. And I think engaging with these local communities and ensuring that we listen to
And I come from the countryside, and I'm very interesting about the link between climate and nature, because in our municipality sometimes it's really difficult, especially with projects like something that, because I mean in our countryside it's really difficult to reduce sometimes CO2 emissions. So wind turbines is a good way to do that, but most of one of the best arguments is like really like it's harming biodiversity, so we should not do it. But then there's also, if we don't do something for climate, then it's going to also harm the biodiversity on the long term and at the global level. So I wanted to know if you had like more inputs on that or something.
Yeah, thank you for the question. I think if there are more people here from Norway, know that that's a big issue in Norway as well. So we all face. From the Norwegian side, what Innovation Norway now is involved in is specific engagement toward offshore wind. So I'm not saying there is no impact. There certainly is, but it's definitely less than on land. And also combining not how to say ground on the ground fast, but floating wind, which is then a more or less negative impact actually on the biodiversity on the bed of the seabed. I mean, but there is of course consequences to biodiversity as of birds or disturbing with noise, etc., etc. So again, what we want to see is, of course, that these issues are more funded with research and development, and to secure that we minimize those negative impacts. But for certain, as we see it now, at least from research, it has much less negative impact to have floating wind. Now, at the moment, it's too costly, right? So what we're trying to do now is to test and support that from the Norwegian government, that there are investment in those areas, because when you have the first investments, we see this from every historical industry that are groundbreaking, that at first the costs are really high and then it drops. So we need to get to that breaking point at some time, which we're not yet, but at least there, we have a good start on that. Yeah.
Thank you for your question. I think you are hitting this trade-off between nature crisis and climate crisis like right on the nail. I come from Denmark, which is a country of offshore wind, and it takes about 9 years on average to put up an offshore wind park. And people might say, why does it take so long? We are in a climate crisis. As we talked about before, we're not on track to meet the Paris Agreement. We need to be faster. Part of the reason why it takes so long is that we have hearings, we need to do screenings, we need to ensure that this area that we're putting up, the offshore wind farm, is the best suited for it. Because even though we are quite fortunate to have a lot of water in Denmark, a lot of coastal lines, even though we are such a small country, a lot of different uses or a lot of different considerations need to be made on how we will use this area that we have. This can be used for fisheries, this can be used for sailing routes, but also, of course, to protect ecosystems. So that's part of the reason why we have these long hearing processes and screenings, and they're important, but we cannot lose speed. So we have to sort of figure out a way where we can involve the people who are experts in this, who are affected by it, but not taking the speed out of the green transition.
Thank you. And I think just to that point, and it's an excellent question, I want to ask again to the panelists, how much do you feel or not feel the political will either enabling or hampering the business or the private sector will to move faster?
That depends, I guess. I'm being a government entity. I'm not here to criticize any government of ours. But from the industry side, of course, they would like a higher speed, like you said. But we need the processes to make sure that we do no harm, basically. So yeah.
I mean, I think I'm agreeing with that. I think one thing that I can say that the industry is constantly asking for is that when we make policies, we make sure that they last. We don't change them constantly, because businesses, they need to make long-term investments if they're putting off offshore wind or onshore wind or solar turbines or whatever they're doing. So if we constantly have the policies changing, that's going to be a problem for them. So we need long-term stability, and then we need cooperation between the public and private sector, which is also a good venue for that. Like, for instance, in Denmark, we travel here as a united delegation with the public and private sector, because we know that that's a way to move forward, that we actually collaborate rather than trying to fight each other too much.
Absolutely. I'll open it back to the audience.
Hello, my name is Antonia, and I'm working for a public transport company. And I'm question more to Innovation Norway. One of the advantages, if I may, with greenhouse gas emission is that we can measure it. We have KPIs. We have very clear frameworks on what we need to commit to. Which are the key indicators that you would look for when you assess the impact on nature and biodiversity?
Oh, that was a too specific question for me, since I'm not I'm not a financial advisor looking at these applications. But you can find information on it on our website to make sure. Of course, we to all our applicants, they have to adhere to the OECD guidelines of multinational companies, and also the UN guiding principles on business and human rights. Now, that's not part of the data for biodiversity, so I have to come back to that. I'm sorry.
Do you have anything on that, or just from a perspective? Different
I think the question was mostly for so I don't really have that much to contribute with here, unfortunately.
But if you want to help me answer it, you're very welcome.
I've been on the website, and I can say that.
Yes, hello, my name is Amalia. I'm a Norwegian youth delegate, and I feel like in a lot of these discussions, we're often very caught up in like the big solutions, like making big wind parks, you know, offshore wind. But I think we need to also remember that there's a goal for energy efficiency. And I think in many cases, if you look at climate and nature dilemmas, solutions like that often also take into consideration biodiversity better than, you know, the big kind of building projects. So just wanted to ask you guys how you work with those kind of things, like energy efficiency and also more small scale projects as well, because if you can build something on already a gray area, that's a good way to go forward in order to reduce the impacts on nature. So just wanted to hear how you work with those kind of projects as well.
Yeah, thank you for that. And we have some specific schemes for that as well in Innovation Norway. A green tech scheme has been around for a number of years, and within that segment there has been specifically a lot of projects on energy efficiency and, you know, smaller tech challenges that we need to develop as well, to, you know, small tweaks that can have a large impact. When you're talking about impact of large infrastructure investments in Norway, I know that it's a fairly new topic on the agenda, and we're discussing it a lot in Innovation Norway as well. We have, in addition to the function that I presented in the beginning, we have also responsibility for Visit Norway. So, you know, trying to get more people to come to Norway as tourists. And part of that is, of course, developing the tourist industry in a sustainable way. We have many fragile small communities that, of course, would benefit from having tourists paying for services and staying there, but it's a limit. So that's part of, you know, a larger discussion and seeing how can we do this in a sustainable way. We also have Invest in Norway, trying to attract big investments like Google coming and putting up, their storage for data, for example. So big industry projects like that. And of course, here in Innovation Norway, we don't pick the sites or anything like that. We have collaboration with municipalities on that are already regulated. But at the same time, trying to challenge, like you say, is it necessary to build down nature, or can it be used in gray areas? So that's another topic that we're really looking into at the moment, and see how we can integrate that in our services more specifically. So definitely something to come, and we should continue the dialogue on that.
I think it's a really good point that you're raising. I think we tend to talk about how we need more energy, but we also forget to talk about that we need to use the energy that we have more efficiently. And from the agreement text that we had last year, we had the tripling of renewable energy, but we also had the doubling of the energy efficiency rate. And I think we tend to forget that a little bit. It's always second. I know in Denmark, for instance, it's quite big in the building and construction sector. For housing, of course, we need to look at how we can increase the energy efficiency. I'm very curious to hear more about the more small-scale projects that you are mentioning. It's not something that I know that much about, so I'll be interested in hearing more about that. What I can say is that we have, in a small country like Denmark, but also even in Norway, even though you're a larger country, we only have a limited amount of land, and we cannot plaster all of that land with renewable energy. That's not a possibility. So we have to also look at ways where we can improve the energy efficiency rate as a way to ensure that we keep nature and we don't tear it down to replace it with renewable energy facilities. Yeah.
Thank you both. Are there any other questions? None? Okay, so I'd love to hear, and I think everyone here would love to hear, kind of what are some immediate next steps, or I mean, not like immediate, but in the short term, what are some projects or next steps you're looking at to integrate nature a little more in your projects or in your respective organizations? Jens, should I start with you this time? Mix it up.
Wow. Love that. Keeping us on our toes. Yeah. I think as you also talked about before, we just had COP29, the Biodiversity COP, and we saw a lot more businesses going this year, at least from the Danish side, than we have in the past, and that is because it's something that is more and more important to them. I think an immediate step that we could take, and I want to go back to what I talked about circularity, because I think that is a huge issue in a country like Denmark. We need to reduce our consumption, our carbon footprint. And I think one of the easiest way to do that is to ensure that reusing your materials is cheaper than constantly going out and buying new ones. So I think that's something that could be taken as a step, and I think it's something that should be taken quite soon. If not tomorrow, then at least like
Day after.
The day after.
And are there specific projects you have in mind or on your radar when you maybe head back from COP or in the next, in the new year? Is there something like that you see coming up?
We have, Danish Industry is a huge organization. We have around 1,000 employees, and I represent the climate department. But next to me, there is the environment department. And every time we talk about climate mitigation, they're very good at coming over and they're telling us, that's great. But the quickest way that we can reduce the carbon footprint is actually that we reuse materials. And I'm happy that they always come over and say that to me, because now I'm remembering this.
That's actually very interesting that you have a separate climate and environment department.
And also a separate energy department.
Is there going to be a separate nature department?
Maybe that could be a next step.
A next step.
Yeah, I'll bring that home.
Yeah, awesome. And what about you, Ellie?
No different departments, I hope. No, but the very opening day of the Nordic Pavilion, we were very fortunate to have the first session here on circular economy. And I think that's very telling. So we had Om3, which is a a group of companies coming together, but the lady Kristine Nore presented one of the projects where you take, she says that wood should not be burnt. I mean, so when you have a large barn, for example, and it needs to shift to a more modern type of industry as farming, you have all these planks, basically. And instead of burning them or throwing them away, chipping them up and then burning them, which is mostly done, what they do is making like Lego type things, so you can build again with this and all the positive sides of it. So that's one example. And one other person was talking about another project. So Norway, of course, is a big shipping nation, and with all the ships needing to be scrapped at some point. Now, we all heard about negative effects of beaching in India, for example, or Bangladesh, and both negative effects locally, but also with child work problems, etc. Now, his idea is to bring all of those ships back to Norway and do it safely, and to reuse the steel, because steel can be reused and reused and reused, and instead of being thrown away, it can now actually go into the construction and become new buildings in Norway. So that's, and we have another company, Floating Solar. You were talking about energy efficiency, so we have a lot of hydropower which need, you have the dams, and to cover that with solar panels. So not use, new build down nature as such that are not grey, but rather to use existing. And this is something that we also seen a few projects on in different countries in Africa. So solutions that can be used, in other, all over the world. So I'm very positive in the sense that I see all of these ideas coming up. They are small. They need to be scaled, and as I said earlier, I think that this is a platform to to really get that going, where your voice will reach the whole world, and where you also can be challenged and find new partners all over the world, because it's one thing that is for sure, in Norway and Denmark, we're too small on our own, So, and these are big questions, international questions that we need to collaborate on across nations, I think, and across, of course, civil society, government, as well as private sector, like you said. I think it's so important that, instead of fighting for more or disagreeing with your government, let's come together and discuss.
I agree.
No, absolutely. I love that it was such a positive, peppy note to almost end on. I'll end with this one final anecdote that I have, but there was this one company, I can't remember the name of it for the life of me, but I thought it was quite innovative. What they did in terms of integrating nature and biodiversity is that they had nature and biodiversity as a legal entity on their board of directors, and so companies or businesses could not act against the interest of nature and biodiversity, which is a very interesting way of, I thought, institutionalizing, both of these actions that need to be taken, and maybe that's something you could recommend as well to everyone that you work with, or quirky but fun. we need to keep it up. But thank you all so much for being here, and thank you to the panelists for all your expertise and insights, and for sharing all these amazing projects and your actions with us. To stronger cooperation.
Definitely. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Welcome, everyone. Thank you for attending this session on how we can enhance nature-based solutions in biodiversity. My name is Sigurd. I'm one of Denmark's youth delegates to the UN for Climate and Environment. And we're here at COP now, COP29, the UNFCCC process for climate. I just went to biodiversity a few weeks ago for the biodiversity COP, COP16, and I'll be going to the plastic negotiations in a week. Many of the people we see in these processes are not the same, unfortunately. And I saw a lot of people talking about climate in the biodiversity sphere, but it hasn't been as well focused on in the climate sphere. And I think, climate being the big brother, it shouldn't be that way, but the climate COP being so big, everyone trying to get their piece of it, but it can be difficult to get into this space. So I'm really happy for having this opportunity today to share with you some best practices on nature-based solutions and how we can make sure that these things work together. As the reason why we are both youth delegates to all of these processes is that we see how the solutions can be the same for some of them. That doing some of these things should be counted in both scenes when we do these things because they are solving the same problems. Today we will have something called Pecha Kucha. I've heard many of the other youth delegates, they knew about it. I hadn't heard about it before. It's a Japanese concept, from what I understand, meaning small talks, which will be 20-second presentations of 20 different pictures, so 6 minutes and 20 seconds, where two of my colleagues from the Icelandic office of the Nordic Council of Ministers will go through different ways that nature-based solutions are used in the Nordics and beyond. So, and afterwards we'll have a panel with Henry Neufeld and Idra Purs, who will elaborate a bit more on how we can take this these discussions into action and actually implement it. So I would like to introduce Fia Niklasen, who will talk about the work in the Nordic Working Group when they're approaching biodiversity. Please welcome her to the stage.
Thank you. I'm just going to put on the slides. So, hello everyone and welcome. My name is Fia Niklasen and I am the coordinator for the Nordic Working Group on Biodiversity. And today I'll be doing this Pecha Kucha, or very short and very fast presentation on our work on biodiversity in the Nordic region. So I'm just going to start briefly with talking about who we are. So we are a group of 13 people, and we have representatives from all of the Nordic countries, all the 8 countries. And the larger countries have 2 members, while the smaller countries have 1 member in the group. And it's an interdisciplinary group, so our mandate is both to stop biodiversity loss, but also to minimize fragmentation of cultural environments. So half of our members are experts on cultural heritage, and the other half are experts on biodiversity. And that's because the Nordic Council of Ministers acknowledge the fact that nature and culture go hand in hand, and we need to work together. So how we work is usually we fund projects either through open calls, or we internally develop projects that we then send out to tender. We produce a lot of reports, best practices, methods, that kind of thing, and then we collaborate with other groups and sectors where we think there are synergies with biodiversity. So when we think about what the Nordic region's role is when it comes to biodiversity conservation, it's really to be front runners, to really push the agenda, to really move us forward and inspire others. That's how we view it in the biodiversity group. And if you think about it, the Nordic region is quite small. It's smaller countries with not that high population numbers, but it's a wide variety of landscapes and ecosystems. So we have the Arctic, we have volcanoes, we have large landscapes with forests, and then we also have long coastlines and oceans. So even though we're small, a lot of countries can relate to the work that we're doing. And just to start off really, I said the word biodiversity a few times. I think most of you know what it is, but if I'm really going to boil it down, it's the web of life, it's foundation for everything on Earth. It's clean water, roof over our heads, food in our mouths. It's really, really an important topic. And here at Climate COP, we don't talk enough about the link between these. We can't talk about climate and climate mitigation without talking about nature and biodiversity, especially when you think about the triple planetary crisis and how we all acknowledge that it is all interlinked and we need to stop silo thinking, we need to collaborate. And that's really where we think nature-based solutions can come in. It's a tool or a framework that's really well defined. If you look at the definition, it has to have benefits for humans, for nature, and for the climate. And that's really what we want when we do put these solutions in that are fighting all fronts at the same time. And that's where we think nature-based solutions have a lot of benefits. It's going really quickly. So here are some of the projects that we have produced in the last few years. I'm going to talk very briefly about them. If you have questions, you can ask me afterwards. Multifunctional ecosystem restoration. This is a project where they looked at 6 restoration projects and then evaluated them, looked at what was successful and what wasn't, and then created tools and guidelines on how we can implement across the Nordic countries. And then they also created some policy recommendations for national and regional governments. This is a report that's in Swedish, so if you don't know Swedish or Scandinavian, I would recommend Google Translate. But it's essentially a toolbox that looks at all the different tools we have for planning and construction and managing urban green-blue structures, and then it puts it all into one place. So you have one place to find that information. These are 2 reports working with nature-based solutions, the synthesis. I'm not going to talk too much about that. My colleague Jona can do that later on. But then we also published this policy brief a few years back, focused on how can we have more green, healthy and resilient Nordic cities. Synergies between climate and biodiversity objectives in laws, policies and management practices is a report that was published last year. And it looked at all these different laws that we have and looked at where do we have laws on biodiversity and climate and where are the potential for synergies when implementing nature-based solutions. And there are some recommendations in there. And then this is our newest reports, local actions for the new global biodiversity framework. How can we implement Kunming Montreal in a local context in UNESCO Man and Biospheres? And then joint Nordic effort for biodiversity, which created recommendations from Nordic civil society to governments. So what we're thinking is, what happens next? We see the need for mainstreaming of biodiversity across sectors on all levels. We need local implementation and also need increased funding for nature. It's a big topic here, but we also need it for nature. So as you've seen here in this information overload in a short amount of time. We have a lot of knowledge, we have a lot of tools, we have a lot of information. How do we move into implementation and action? And that's what I'm really looking forward to hearing from the panel and from the audience today, in your opinion. And if you scan this, you can find us on LinkedIn, follow all our projects and all the newest reports that we have. And that's the profile for all the climate and environment groups. And then this is my contact details. And if anyone has any questions or comments, feel free to find me afterwards. And I made it in time. It goes very fast.
Thank you very much, Fia. That, as I said, that was the first time I tried that. That was amazing. A bit stressful. I'm not sure I got all of it, but I think you did a great job. You already touched upon a bit on how the Nordic Council of Ministers works in this regard, how the context of the Nordic region can be very different. But I think your colleague Jona Olaf Stottier, I hope I'm saying it correctly, will touch a bit more about how nature-based solutions can be used in the Nordics and beyond. Give her a warm applause.
Thank you very much. Yes, hello, my name is Jona Olafsøtter and I am coordinating this program on nature-based solutions for the Nordic Council of Ministers. We have 6 projects and 8 different pilot projects that I will tell you a little bit about in the next 6 minutes and 40 seconds. And The population in the world is growing rapidly, and most of us would like to live in cities. We need to find out how can we make room for all of us while also making room for nature, making sure that people thrive in these cities lacking nature, as we can see. They are very grey. Well, the traditional solutions are not longer enough to solve the problems that we are facing with climate change. We need to find innovative solutions that work with nature instead of against nature. And sometimes the solution is right in front of us. So why not use the tools that nature already has to solve these problems? And then we're talking about nature-based solutions, which is working with nature, for nature, and people. And here we see some of our pilot projects from around the Nordic countries, from the Faroe Islands to Denmark and Sweden, and so on. We work with all different kinds of ecosystems. Today we're talking about how we can enhance biodiversity through nature-based solutions. And a very simple example can be planting a tree in a city. It improves air quality, while also it attracts nature, like this little bird. And we work with nature-based solutions on both large scale and small scale. And when we talk about large scale, I can tell that in the Faroe Islands we restored a landslide. We have restored a river stream in Finland. And we have also improved 4 wetlands in the Åland Islands. You can also work with coastal lines and so on when we talk about large scale. This is small scale nature-based solutions. It can be green roofs, green walls, urban gardening, permeable pavements, and so on. And when we work with small-scale nature-based solutions in urban areas, we improve urban biodiversity and also making the cities greener. In our program, we have a project on evaluating the 3-30-300 rule, which means that you have to see 3 trees from your home window. You need to have a 30% canopy cover in the cities and a maximum of 300 meters to the nearest green area. We also work with infrastructure. So instead of the grey solution being a concrete wall to prevent flooding, we use nature to absorb water, and that also attracts local wildlife. So improving biodiversity along river banks. And by enhancing resilient cities, we also work with biodiversity on many levels regarding plants, insects, birds, mammals, and also, for example, soil health and pollination. So you can work with biodiversity on so many levels. These are 2 pictures showing solution to the same problem, 2 different solutions. And I know what kind of solution I would like in my neighborhood. And this explains how nature-based solutions also has an added value. So not just biodiversity, but also, people well-being. And a very important thing when working with nature-based solution is the inclusion of local communities. For example, here in Denmark, where we had this project with brush fences, we involved a lot of schools and kindergartens and neighborhoods in the project, and that is key to success. And sometimes a lot of negotiation and a lot of people is needed to end monoculture and to establish multifunctional areas like this one in our project in Assens municipality in Denmark, where we made recreation, biodiversity and afforestation and so on. When we work with nature-based solutions compared to grey solutions, it's extremely important that we work with we fulfill specific biodiversity needs and that are based on local species. And that can be a challenge for people working in the municipalities if they don't have experience in working with nature. So despite its many big potential, we also see some challenges when working with NBS. For example, long-term monitoring is needed, and we need common standards in the scientific world when working with NBS. Also, we need a clear political framework and prioritizations in the different Nordic countries. And what we see is that Norway is the only country that has a legally binding guideline when it comes to NBS. And it says that you have to consider NBS before choosing a grey solution. And we would like that to be in all of the Nordic countries. We also need to find out how do we measure biodiversity net gain, and we need to set some clear standards for biodiversity targets and to improve the knowledge base regarding biodiversity when it comes to nature-based solutions. What we see in the pilot projects, they are very different, but they are all led by pioneers who got external funding for their projects. So what we need is to make sure that NBS is an integrated part of the daily work in the different Nordic organizations. So it's not only based on pioneers. And now we need to mainstream and to upscale our solutions. This picture is from our conference in Malmö in September. And as you can see on the picture, we had a lot of thoughts and a lot of ideas on how to move on. And now we need to find out exactly what to do. But what we know is that cooperation is extremely important, and that the Nordic cooperation has been very successful when it comes to implementing nature-based solutions. And now we would like to have your help too. So we will give the floor to a panel, and we want you to join us on Mentimeter and give us some ideas on how to move on fast. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'll go over here. Thank you very much. Jona. Wow. Nice to see these solutions, which you're always talking about, but also how we can do it in practice and how we can get so much added value out of these things when we actually go back to some of the methods that has been known to mankind for eternity, I would say, almost, but that we have forgotten over the last 70 years, 170 years, when industrialization has been the mainframe of how we've been doing things. So yes, please join us at the Mentimeter, as the Mentimeter and the audience will be our third panelist, but we also have two other great panelists that will be joining us now here on stage. I would like to invite Idra Purs and Henry Neufeld to the stage. Please welcome them. And I know as two experts in the field, you would already like to come with some comments and talk about what we have heard about in the two Pechakuchas. But just before you do that, please introduce yourself properly with the merits that you think is the most important for this panel. Idra, maybe you'll start.
So, do you hear me? Yeah, you hear me. Yeah, it's tricks of microphones. So, my name is Indra Purs, and I'm here representing International Federation of Landscape Architects, and I'm chairing professional practice and policy committee. So, landscape architects are passionate about this period of climate change, in a sense that now we can use more of our competences, and we can learn and to enable really the new world, to reimagine the world. We also are part of built industry, and there the point comes that as a build industry professionals, we are really we are in a point that we can make a change not only on a larger scale, but also very practical on the site. So we're facing quite a lot of issues by implementation of biodiversity. I also forgot to mention that I'm from Latvia, from Riga, and I had worked for Riga City as a city landscape architect for a few years, and also doing presidency of our national association. I really appreciate the presentations where you pointed on Nordic's experience on nature-based solutions and diverse typologies. I love that there is we can talk about blue and green infrastructure. However, one of the angles is to talk about also white infrastructure, meaning the air and a climate, the place where actually is a lot of pollutions, a lot of unknown biodiversity happening. And also soils as one of the crucial part of it. So we as landscape architects are also playing with this principle of not only nature-based solutions but landscape-based solutions, as a lot of European region countries has joined European Landscape Convention. So it mixtures more like this holistic approach. From perspectives you mentioned on biodiversity, I would say that in Latvia's experience, there was a really nice study done in 2011, summarized in Latvian typology of biotopes. And then we can learn that it's not only protected biotopes, but also biotopes who love to live with us in the urban environment. The biotopes like anthropogenic biotopes who are occupied and are happy living together with us in the cities. And we could learn from this biodiversity and enhance and enable them, and because the urban environment is totally different. And these are like urban structures resulted in brownfields and dikes, waterways, all road like edges, and all this diversity which appears in the edges. So this is really a place where we can search for a way. Also indigenous knowledge. I believe Nordics, the same as could refer to the Baltics and also worldwide, there's creating awareness on this ancient knowledge, which has this past dependency also in our generation, like this pantheistic worldview and relation with plants. And I believe in our regions, there is no need to reinvent this connection. We already have it. The question is, what are we doing? And what we have faced as landscape architects, that we are lacking gardening skills. We don't know technical knowledge. How can we do this biodiversity? We have a need to develop new ways how to bring these native wild plants into the new environments, and also so how can we make them that the cities, which are our homes for a lot of percentage of populations, could be the best homes for all also plants and also urban and underwater and soil diversity. So this would be my angle of the story, and we also produce some summaries, learning lessons as International Federation of Landscape Architects. So how can we do that, and how can we create awareness also in our profession?
Amazing. Thank you very much, Indra, for showing us some of your expertise in this area. Very happy to hear all the colors that we have mentioned already: gray, blue, green, and white solutions. I think all of them. Gray, though pink hasn't been mentioned yet, but maybe that will come. Henry, take us away.
No pink solutions from my side, by the way. Sorry. Anyway, my name is Henry Neufeld. I'm head of impact assessment and adaptation at UNEP Copenhagen Climate Center. And I'm also the chief scientific editor of the Adaptation Gap Report series that we develop for UNEP every year. And I'll talk a little bit about this year's report, because for the first time we have been using a data set that is connected to cities and how that plays out in terms of nature-based solutions. I'll talk a little bit about that later. So before joining UNEP Copenhagen, I was head of climate change at the World Agroforestry Center for 7 years, based in Nairobi. And agroforestry, you may know, is one agricultural or forest-related practice that has a lot to do with nature-based solutions in terms of solutions towards adaptation, mitigation, and livelihood. So that's more where I come from originally. Most of my work today is more on the policy side and economics, governance, but my background is actually in soil science. So I feel very comfortable in this area, and it's really something that's close to my heart. Now, just to answer, just to provide a few impressions on what Fua and Jona were talking about, we've heard a lot about scale, and we're talking about both spatial and temporal scales when we think about nature-based solutions. And I say that specifically for two reasons. The spatial scale is really important because the bigger the scale we have, the more biodiverse and the stronger the ecosystem services nature can provide us with. And there are thresholds that we need to maintain in order to have these benefits. And that brings us, at some point, to a discussion that is very common in the agricultural space, which is called sharing versus sparing. So when we talk about nature-based solutions in urban areas, we are talking about sharing space. But in many places, we need to also provide sparing. We need to provide spaces for nature to thrive on its own in order to generate ecosystem services which we all depend upon in the vicinity of that space. So the idea when we come from an urban space to the peri-urban to the rural landscapes, we need to think about this as an interconnected area in which nature has a central role to play. But in urban centers, we often cannot just simply change the infrastructure as it is. We saw that picture of the big city. I don't know if it was New York that you were depicting there, but you can't just rip out major areas of infrastructure and put trees there. If you do that, you're going to cause major disruptions in value added, and so it's something that we have to think about more specifically, because also the greener the space we live in our urban areas, the more valuable it is. That has issues connected to gentrification and wealth. And ultimately, it can lead, if it's not done well, it can lead to expropriation and people being removed from their homes and livelihood. So when we think about retrofitting urban areas with nature, we have to be very careful to do this in a way that is both economically and environmentally sound, but then also takes along the population that lives there and builds solutions that are, acceptable to those that live there. And I'm not saying that this is always easy, but if we don't strive for that, and you talked about these elements of bringing in the local communities, that is essential to creating solutions that are long-term sustainable. And that's the second point I would like to make about what was presented here. We heard a lot about pilot projects, but pilot projects only last as long as there is funding. If these projects are not sustainable in the longer term without additional funding, we have problems. Or we need to find structures, legislative, regulatory, political, embracing the political economy that enable these things to maintain. We put this forward. If it's mandated by law, it becomes much easier to do. And that's something that's often not the case. Now, the second point I want to make is temporal disaggregation. When we talk about investing in nature-based solutions, we have to think that when we start with the nature-based solution, they do not provide any ecosystem services. It takes years for them to do that. And the bigger the scale, the longer it takes, the more complex the system. That's something that we need to be aware of when it comes to bringing in private sector investors, because nature-based solutions very often are expensive to invest in and costly to maintain until they provide their ecosystem services, which in some cases cannot be monetized that easily. They do not provide services at the very moment. So when it comes to protecting ourselves against climate impacts, a flood wall, some kind of a gray solution will provide that benefit instantaneously. Green solutions will not. It will take time for them to develop, and we need to be cognizant of this characteristic of nature-based solutions. So very often, hybrid solutions, mixing green and gray solutions, is a way that is both economically more viable and socially acceptable, but also works in terms of the investments that we need to make. So I'm always cognizant of our interest in doing these things, but I also want to bring to your attention the challenges that we face when trying to scale up nature-based solutions. And I think I'll stop for now because I'm sure that I can say more things. Thanks.
I'm sure that you both have great comments on all these things, but we also have to hear from our third panelist, the Mentimeter. So I hope we can change the slide up there. I hope the newcomers has also got their chance to opt in for the biodiversity, for the Mentimeter. So the first question is, which types of NBS makes the biggest difference for biodiversity? I think we've already heard great things from both the Petikuchas in the beginning, but also our great panelist. I guess we'll get some responses in a minute, but I think you already touched a bit upon it. Maybe some of you would like to opt in while we are waiting for responses. You don't have to send in the responses. You have all the power just to speak up. So it would be great if, I think they'll said something about the scale is important and the involvement of local communities should also be considered, as this is a whole of society approach and we're trying to make solutions that work for humans, and doing that without including humans is quite difficult, also at the local scale. Yes, if you have any comments in the panel, we're starting to getting some response. We are starting to see some major things that will probably also go under the landscape solutions, as you talked about, Indra. Is the wetland rewetting and nature restoration, city planning something you agree on that should be the main ways to some of the places where we can see the biggest difference when it comes to biodiversity and nature-based solutions?
What I feel answering this question is a systemic approach. So any form in a corridor or systemic or linkage way we can organize that these plants could talk to each other, could meet each other from wild landscapes out from the cities to the suburban, and through any form of the passes we have, already maybe some established nature like biodiversity sites. So to increasing this network, increasing this systemic, so this would be the way how I could say the form of types. If I should talk about biodiversity typology, I would again think about the urban, which I mentioned, the urban biotopes, anthropocenic biotopes, which already exist, and find a possibility to create awareness of them and enable them to be more. So this would be the first phase, how I would say, and then comes bigger investments.
Henry, I imagine you have some points as well.
Yes, thank you. So, I mean, I've been looking at the Mentimeter here, and wetlands, of course, they're pretty biodiverse in many places, at least. So, you could also look at the question not only in terms of absolute biodiversity, but also in relative terms and in terms of functionality. So I want to start with the question of absolute versus relative biodiversity gains. Because when it comes from, if you come from a place which is completely barren and there is no biodiversity anywhere, and you increase by 10%, you have a significant increase in biodiversity of that area. Whereas if you come from a place which is already biodiverse and you add a little change, the difference isn't all that big. And so thinking about this in terms of what we're trying to achieve, I think that is the concept that you were talking about in terms of these biocentric, anthropocentric biomes that in some way resonate with this concept of nature by design. I think there are ways of improving biodiversity in every system that we live in meaningful ways. So if we have an agricultural landscape and we break that agricultural monoculture down by implanting hedges around the fields, agroforestry kind of things, that will create opportunities for nature to come back and do its things, ultimately. We don't have to do very much for them. They do a lot of, if we provide them with the space to thrive in certain ways and provide them with an incentive to come back, they will. So wetlands, hedges, and in urban spaces, I think also when we have these channeled water flows, just making them what's the word? Just taking away the concrete around them, that will create the incentive for nature to come back and provide some ecosystem services. Just the concept of a sponge city in itself requires that we break up the concrete so that we provide space for nature to come back. And even in these pretty barren areas, we can create spaces for nature, and it's not going to be a major change in terms of absolute biodiversity, but every little bit helps. If you have a bit of soil that's open to infiltration, that's going to thrive compared to something that's covered by concrete. So I think wherever we are, providing the spaces that we can to nature to come back is just a solution in the small scale and in the big scale.
Yes, I would like to give the floor to Indra as well, but meanwhile, I would like the audience to think about some questions. We had more Mentimeter questions, but there's been so many great inputs already, so I don't think we'll have time to have these, but really happy to see that the panel is so eager to talk about these solutions. So please think about some questions while Indra will come with her response.
Yeah, just short comment. It's quite crucial. As landscape architects, we are also in all these policies on circularity. We are working on circularity. So we are not destroying existing. We sometimes just crash a bit existing asphalt, existing concrete, and give a space or design on the site. So again, what we can't, it wouldn't be sustainable to take everything away. So we just need to find a way how can we organize a space and give this biodiversity to live there, and that will be totally different biodiversity.
Yes, we have a short comment from Henry again, and then you can start indicating if you have questions for the panel.
Yeah, so I wanted to come back on that issue I mentioned at the beginning about the adaptation gap report that we produced this year. And for the first time this year, we used a data source that's not sort of focusing on the national scale, but rather at the city level. We use the Carbon Disclosure Project's database. This is originally on the mitigation side, so to assess carbon sequestration and emissions reductions in city action, climate action. That's sort of the foundation. But they've gone beyond that and have included quite a lot of actions on adaptation as well. So we looked at over 3,500 adaptation practices and actions in these cities. It was over 500 cities, and they represent nearly a quarter of all cities larger than 1 million inhabitants. So that's a significant number of people living in urban areas. And the three messages that come from this work, I think, are, I mean, we have a regional bias. The Americas, North and South America and Europe, they provide the most information to this database. It's all self-reported, but we can say things about all major regional areas or global regions of the world, so Africa, Asia as well. So in terms of the hazards that cities try to address, flooding and heat are at the top. These two are more than 50% in pretty much every single region of the world. So flooding and heat. Some drought, some coastal hazards where it's relevant, but these two are important. Second point is cities still prefer gray solutions, engineering solutions. That's predominantly what they do to address climate hazards. But nature-based solutions come in second, pretty close. So that's an area where there is still scope to improve. And I think, as I said, hybrid solutions often work best. And the third point is that these nature-based solutions, adaptation more generally, produces a range of co-benefits. If you focus on adaptation, it's co-benefits. But you could flip it around and say these are the main issues: economic, social, environmental benefits, job creation, health provision. So investing in adaptation is just good business, good development. I'll stop here for now. Thanks.
Thank you, Henry. I think that is always the good way to frame the argument, how it is good business. And going forward, there's no other way than doing these things, also including nature-based solutions. So I'd like to open the floor for our audience to have some questions. I think this is the microphone. I have another microphone here. Thank you. If you could just tell your name and ask the question.
Yeah, this is Kuti from Tata Motors, India. My question is related to horticulture landscaping and the effect of whatever we do by getting ornamental and beautiful plants and good to look plants, good flowers. How does that compare with what we want to see in biodiversity? For example, a very, very nicely manicured lawn is not as biodiverse as, a field with number of weeds there. So especially in city spaces where the intent is beauty, looks, and of course the landscape, what would your recommendations on biodiversity related trends be? Thank you.
I could answer this from landscape architecture perspectives. I would turn to the second part of the question about this manicured golf type of lawns. Especially in heritage, this is quite a new practice, how we managed green spaces previously, and also allowed to see here outside in the Baku. There are totally different ways how you deal with green spaces in cities. So honestly, it's really the time to reimagine our cities, how they will look like. They should not look ever as they looked before. Even in heritage sites, we can track back to the heritage practices of how green spaces were designed and maintained and stewarded. And it's just our vision of like really last years, last decades. For agricultural lands, the question is on beauty, on what is on horticultural planting, what are we considering beauty? And I would say that what's missing in this period as to implementing biodiversity in a plant, like an plant biodiversity, we are missing actually funding on seed money to support local native plant horticultural production. So this would help us to create new biodiversities in the cities. And also, why should I buy these plants? Maybe I can buy the bouquet in from the wildflowers.
Thank you very much. Very nice to touch upon taking this discussion a step further on like how we want our society to look in the future, what we are coming from, and where we're trying to go. I think we have to wrap up, but if you have a final comment, Henry, which could also go in that direction, or talk a bit more about the question, feel free to have your final remarks.
Yeah, just one thing that struck a chord here. When we think about agricultural landscapes or biodiversity, I think we often think about just very different species, and at the same time, our own agricultural practices, they consist of a very, very narrow set of species and varieties. So within each species that we cultivate for purposes, different purposes, that can be nurturing or to maintain the landscapes. There are many functional purposes that we invest and we use nature for. We need to make sure that these species are much more diverse and contain much more varieties than we currently are using. And that in itself provides a lot more resilience against climate impacts, not only climate, but just generally more resilient systems. That's all I want to say here. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Ingvar Purs, Henry Neufeld, give them a hand. And thank you for this session. Very nice to see. We know where we're coming from, where we're heading, and we know the tools, the instruments we need to go in this direction. My name is Sigurd Krabbe. I'm the Danish Youth Delegate. Thank you.
Are you developing green transition policies? Great! But are you sure no one will be left behind? The green shift impacts every part of our society, and it can be difficult to consider all social aspects in this process. And that is why we have developed the Nordic Toolbox for a just green transition. Built on 4 years of research, the Toolbox guides you through 6 priority areas. Great! Develop a vision, but are you sure no one will engage citizens, the green shift assess impact part of our society. Take a place-based approach, consider all social invest in reskilling, and support green choices. The Toolbox is designed for action, with hands-on tools. It's from at-risk groups, and a checklist to help you ensure that you covered all essential areas. You can lead the way. Explore the Nordic Toolbox for a just green transition today.
So, warmly welcome to the launch of the Nordic Toolbox for a just green transition. My name is Lisa Pelling, and I am the head of the think tank Arena Idén. I've been given the big honor to take you through this session and to moderate this event. So today we'll explore the Nordic Toolbox for a just green transition and how this toolbox can help policymakers across the Nordic region to drive a green transition that is not only sustainable, but also just and inclusive. Nordregio, who have been working with this toolbox and are hosting this event, is a leading research institution, and they have spent 4 years of research on behalf of the Nordic Council of Ministers to develop this toolbox. And the goal, as I said, is to provide policymakers with practical tools to ensure that no one is left behind during this transition. The toolbox will present tools, but also concrete examples, a checklist. It will highlight 6 priority areas that need some extra attention, and it offers 4 policy memos for key social groups. The toolbox looks in particular at older adults, at young people with disabilities, and at people who are at risk of unemployment. We have a number of very knowledgeable and interesting speakers who are joining us today. First, we will have Åsa Persson, who is representing the Swedish Climate Policy Council and the Stockholm Environment Institute. She will shortly give a keynote speech. After that, we will have a very thorough presentation of the toolbox itself, and then we will have a panel discussion with some leading experts and representatives of different groups that are of particular importance to the toolbox. But now let's begin with Åsa Persson to frame the challenge of ensuring a just green transition. Åsa, please come and join me here. Åsa, as I said, is a Deputy Director of the Stockholm Environment Institute, member of the Swedish Climate Policy Council, and you will help us understand why this toolbox is so badly needed. Welcome, Åsa.
Thank you very much, Lisa and Nordregio for inviting me today, and big congratulations on launching this toolbox. I think it's a really useful resource that for sure the Climate Policy Council here in Sweden will look at, and I hope many other users, policymakers, and of course politicians throughout the Nordic region. So I was invited to set the context a bit and share a few observations with you. And I think it's very important to start off with the observation that the climate transition is happening. It's ongoing. There is lots of evidence that we are making progress. So that's a very basic starting point for us. However, we also need to do a reality check where we are at this point in time. And there is, of course, quite a lot of uncertainty. We know that countries together need to reduce emissions by 2030 with 43% compared with 2019 levels. What they have put on the table so far only amounts to some 3%. So we have a huge emission gap already now. What will happen in Baku is that we will kick off the process to develop the next generation of NDCs, or national climate plans, with a view to 2035. And then we need to reduce emissions even more, up to 57%, in order to be in line with the Paris Agreement target of limiting warming to 1.5 degree. So I think this is a challenge. Of course, we have a credibility issue here. Can we really raise ambition looking forward? Well, we still have this. We're not really meeting the targets currently. Looking at the geopolitical situation, of course, we have the US election going on today. And we know also some countries, for example, the BRICS countries, Russia, India, China, and now also Saudi Arabia, Iran, are mobilizing more. Maybe will resist to some extent the phase out of fossil fuels. We have some business backlash, some uncertainty, far from all green industries, but some early mover companies are struggling. And that we had this fear of kind of voter backlash, or at the level of citizens and consumers, are they less supportive of the climate transition now? On that latter point, I think we have more mixed evidence now. For example, in the European election, we saw that many voters still think that the EU has an important task in developing ambitious climate policy. But of course, a key challenge here is also to get that buy-in from the general public so we can progress faster. And we know the rest of the world is looking to the Nordic region. If we cannot make it here with the high level of innovation we have, the very dynamic industry and private sector, and the big established welfare states, where in the world can we succeed? So that's why it's so important to try and use all our knowledge and resources to really make the transition just. So again, the Toolbox is a very welcome resource. In the Climate Policy Council, we have started looking also more at this aspect of just transition and social acceptability of climate policy. So we're really happy to see this sort of development of good practice guidelines and tools. So I just want to make a few quick points. And I think in terms of how we should view just transition, I think one important point is that we now tend to look very much at how will climate mitigation policy impact people. For example, carbon prices on transport. However, let's not forget about also understanding how climate impacts will affect the general public. Who will suffer most from flooding, heat waves, etc. We also need to look at the benefits of climate policy. Who are really benefiting from these huge public investments that we are making? So the concept of just needs to be broad. I'm also, secondly, really happy to see in this toolbox that you don't look only at distributive justice. How do you share costs and benefits, but also procedural justice and recognitional justice. So really, who gets to be part of this process of developing and implementing climate policy? Who gets to be heard? And we know from research that these aspects are often as important, or even more important actually, than the distribution of costs and benefits. Thirdly, and this is an important observation from the research seminar we had here in Sweden with leading researchers on social acceptability. And this was that we need to also have a critical perspective on just transition. Of course, we need to be practical also, for example, by providing this toolbox, but also ask ourselves, are we expecting too much from climate policy and the climate transition to be particularly just in view of other policy areas? So are we setting the right expectations in terms of how just it can be? And also, in the past, we know that much of environmental policy, we did not particularly seek social acceptance, but people still accepted it. So I would just urge everyone that it's very important to also have that critical perspective. So again, the toolbox is great. I'm hoping that it will not only be applied and used in sort of parallel exercises of, for example, creating a shared vision, but that it will also really influence mainstream politics. This is where we need to see change. And finally, also, I think it's really useful that you have develop this toolbox and you gather all these Nordic experiences so countries can learn from each other. I think we need to see much more of this so that we, in our national politics, we don't have this sense of false uniqueness, but really many other countries are struggling with the same issues and developing solutions that we can try out at home. So with that, thank you very much, and very excited to see the uptake of this toolbox. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Åsa, for setting the stage. I'm so happy that you could take time from your very busy schedule to join us with these important conceptual points. Let's move on to the toolbox itself. I would like to ask Louise Ögland, who I already introduced. She's Communications Advisor at Nordregio. Together with Nora Sanchez-Gassen, you're also here. You're a Senior Research Fellow at Nordregio, and you have been working on developing this toolbox, as I said before, during 4 very intensive years. So there's a lot of work in this toolbox, and hopefully it will be a very valuable tool for the work of all of us. You will walk us through the features of the toolbox, the key findings, and maybe the most important thing, how policymakers can use it effectively. Nora, over to you. The stage is yours.
Thank you very much, Lisa, for this nice introduction, and thank you also for these very inspiring words now here at the beginning. My name is Nora Sanchez-Gassen. I work as a Senior Research Fellow here at Nordregio.
Louise Ögland, Communications Advisor.
And we are very pleased to present the toolbox to you that we're launching here today, the Nordic Toolbox for a Just Green Transition. It's a toolbox that we have developed with the aim to provide some support for policymakers in the Nordic region to design policies that not only help us reach our climate goals, as Åsa said, that's the main priority, of course, but we also hope we can help and contribute to policies that are fair, just, and inclusive. Louise, can you tell us a bit more about the content of the toolbox?
I will share my screen. I don't know if you have had the chance to explore it yet, but this is the landing page and the first page of the toolbox. And it's divided into 6 sections, as you can see, that helps you to navigate in a user-friendly manner. First, we have an introduction. What is this toolbox? We have some background and definition, what we mean by just, background of the term just green transition. Then we zoom in on the main parts of this toolbox, so the 6 priority areas for just green transition. This is core themes that stood out in our research that needs extra attention. So it's challenges and also tools and examples on how to tackle them. In the policy memos, we get to hear voices and views from people in the Nordics, their expectations, worries, and hopes for the green transition. In this section, you can get an overview of climate goals and emissions in the Nordics to learn more. And we end up with a checklist for policymakers that combines all the insights and materials of the toolbox in clear, actionable steps. So essentially, this is a compendium of Nordic insights on how to ensure justice in the green transition. Let's dive in.
Yes, let's look in. Louise has just given you a quick overview of the different parts of the toolbox, what you can find here. Let's dive into one of the areas that is one of the main ones in this toolbox, our 6 priority areas for a just green transition. So as Lisa told you, we have been doing this project for 4 years, and in this time we have done a few focus group discussions, but also a range of interviews with different stakeholders. This included civil society organizations, labor union representatives from the Nordic countries, but also, for example, youth representatives for older people, and more. And in our discussions with these different stakeholder groups, we focused on the just green transition. We discussed with them, what does it mean, a just green transition in the Nordic region? And what do we have to focus on? What should we do to make sure that the green transition will be just? These are key topics that we discussed with these various stakeholders. And then based on these discussions and interviews, we identified 6 areas that emerged as being particularly relevant for a just green transition in the Nordics. And these are the 6 areas you can see there on the right-hand side. More precisely, these areas deal on the one hand with communication, the goal to be more inspiring, perhaps even visionary, positive in the green transition, how we communicate it to bring people on board. a second priority area deals with engaging people. This was a strong theme that came out in our interviews, that we have to try to be better and be inclusive, offer more opportunities for people, for stakeholders, for civil society and the labor unions to bring in their knowledge and their ideas. We also have a third area that looks at the impacts of green transition policies. Here there was a strong urge that we have to be better in understanding the social impacts of policies, the regional impacts of policies, and also support the most vulnerable groups in our societies in the process. We have another policy area, a priority area, that looks into the spatial consequences of the green transition, because everything happens in a space and green transition policies affect some regions more than others. So it's important to have this place-based approach in the green transition. We also talk about the importance of upskilling and reskilling in the green transition to make sure that we have workers with the right skills equipped to take the green jobs that emerge now. And finally, we have one section dealing with consumption. And here the message is that we have to make it easier, more affordable and accessible to choose green and have sustainable lifestyles. We can't go into all of these 6 areas in detail now, but we thought we would show you at least one of them so you get an idea of the kinds of materials you can find there, and perhaps it can give you some idea on how you can use it in your own work. So each of the 6 priority areas is structured in exactly the same way. We always start with a brief introduction to tell you what this topic, what this theme is about, and we have some key messages defined for you to give you sort of a very brief overview what we're aiming at. If you have a bit of more time and you can take in a bit more content, when you scroll down on every page, you will then see that we have defined some key challenges. Again, these emerge from our interviews, from our discussions with stakeholders. These are challenges that have highlighted to us some areas where we might become better, where perhaps things are going not as well as they could, so some things to focus on. But then we don't want to stay there. We don't just want to criticize. We want to be proactive and go forward. So we have put together also always a list for you with some key pointers, some key suggestions on what could be done to become even better in this area. So here, for example, in this particular theme on engaging people, we make suggestions of what could be done to offer more opportunities for collaboration and cooperation. This is material we have not developed on our own. Instead, we have browsed the literature, we've browsed the academic literature, we looked at Nordic research institutes such as the Stockholm Environment Institute that also represents. We've looked at what the OECD has published, the European Commission, etc. We've tried to really pull together the knowledge that is available on the green transition, suggestions on how we can make it more just, and suggestions that really apply to our priority areas. So this is sort of a condensed version of the knowledge we have tried to gather for you. As you can see, this is very short. We try to keep it very brief for you, but if you want to dig deeper, every priority area has a long list of references in the end. There is a lot of material available for you. If you want to know more, if you really want to understand the area and get into the details, you will find resources there that you can use that we have found very valuable in our work. Then for each priority area on the second page, we try to become a bit more practical. We thought, let's not stay too much in the literature. Let's try to give you some more hands-on and concrete input. In our research, we've come across a lot of examples that are inspiring, interesting, that are happening, because as Åsa said, the green transition is happening. There's a lot of things going on in the Nordics, in Europe and beyond. And we have tried to put together some examples for each priority area that we thought were interesting, inspiring, and perhaps something we can learn from, or at least see if some of these ideas that were used there could apply also here in the Nordic countries. And then each section also ends, you will see, with several tools. Tools, these are publications or guidelines that we've come across in our work that are very concrete, hands-on, often step-by-step instructions on how to work in our priority areas. So here in this particular case, for example, we have come across publications that give step-by-step instructions on how to prepare a climate assembly if you want to involve people, or concrete ideas and instructions on how to involve youth or children in the green transition, or concrete ideas, things to think about when you want to make your meetings inclusive and accessible to everyone. So whenever we found these very, very concrete publications that can really help in the day-to-day work, we put them there for you in this section on tools. So to sum up, this is what you can find in all 6 priority areas. We define some of the challenges, we try to point to some solutions, some steps forward, and we try to equip you with references, with examples, and with tools to help you in your day-to-day work. And I should say that all of these priority areas, they were designed in such a way that they're hopefully useful for you no matter where you work in the Nordic region, but also no matter where you work in which topic area. We've tried to find some of the cross-cutting themes that could be relevant no matter if you work in infrastructure or with consumption-based topics or in the world of work or others. We hope that at least some of these points will be relevant for all of you no matter what your concrete topic area is. But there's more, right, Louise?
There's more. We also want to highlight the 4 policy memos in the toolbox. So it's 4 policy memos per 4 social groups at risk of being left behind in the green transition. We have young people, older adults, people with disabilities, and workers in carbon-heavy industries. So let's dive into young people policy memo. They're all structured in the same way, a summary of the memo, and then we list some key insights. And this gives you a quick overview. But if you want to get the full picture, you can also click on the key insights. So for example, if this catches your interest, 74% of young people in the Nordics worry. And this is more than other groups in the Nordic region. So then you can learn more, you get a quote, you get some data, and you can easily navigate back to the top. And what is young people's perception of justice? Learn more. And if you just want to read the memo from start to bottom, you scroll down, and here you'll also find the sources behind all the memos. It's based on literature review and the big Nordic survey that we conducted in this project. And we've also have had focus group discussions. So for all of these memos, you can also find suggestions from the groups. So suggestions from young people for a just green transition. And this is direct messages from the affected groups. What do they think need to be done? And at the end, we also have a video with a representative from each group with a message. So our hope is that these memos will serve as guidance when crafting policies that engage or affect these social groups. And let's have a look at the checklist section as well. In this section, we collect all the material and insights from the toolbox in a step-by-step manner, making it easy for you to see that you have covered all essential areas. And if you want to explore something further, you can also click on the sections. So that was that. Thank you.
Yes, so we hope that in those couple of minutes, we could at least give you an overview of the material you can find there in the toolbox. We hope we could give you some idea on how this might be useful or applicable in your own work. We do encourage you to have a look, especially in the priority areas and the policy memos. Have a look, see how you can use that material, if it can give you some ideas for your work going forward. We also encourage you to be in touch with us. If you have feedback, comments or questions, let us know. We'd be really happy to hear from you. And overall, yeah, we do hope that our toolbox helps us in the green transition to not only create policies that help us achieve the climate goals, but also that make sure that these policies are just, fair and inclusive. And with that, we thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much for joining today. Please share also this launch with people, colleagues, members of your organization you think should see it. But above all, please share and use the toolbox. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon. Welcome. Esteemed ministers, excellencies, and guests, if you cannot hear me at this point, you might consider putting on the headphones for better audio, and that will help you throughout the conversation today. Thank you for joining us here in the Nordic Pavilion for the introduction of the GON Alliance, which reads out as the Group of Negative Emitters. Today we will hear more about the mission and objective of this coalition, and we will also hear commentary from some of the current member states. I am Thomas Koch-Blank. I'm a managing director at RMI, which is also known as Rocky Mountain Institute. It is a global nonprofit founded 45 years ago, and we have relentlessly been pursuing our mission to accelerate a transition to a sustainable global energy system. It has been our distinct honor to be a thought partner with the Danish team over the last year, and to pursue and understand the need and the enablers of carbon reduction in the transition towards a sustainable economy. And with that short introduction, I will be handing over to Kai Mykkänen, the Climate and Environment Minister of Finland.
So, Your Excellencies, esteemed ministers, dear guests, yeah, I think it's quite a good way to put it in concrete level of Nordic cooperation that we are hosted by Danish initiative, which we together put in operational phase a year ago with Denmark, and now I'm opening the session as my dear colleague is up to the negotiations about actually Article 6 right now, and trying to replace him. Well, unfortunately, we are meeting today on the back of a year that is certainly to be the warmest year on record in the world. And this also reiterates the necessary need to step up and accelerate the speed of climate action. We are actually currently heading towards a global temperature increase of 3.1 degrees, and that's of course unacceptable future in risk-wise. So the need for higher ambition is clear. That's why we are here today in Baku, and that's why we also have formed this group of high ambition and net negative emissioner countries. Also, if you look UNEP emission gap report, it also states that we need both emission reductions, but we can't survive without generating gigatons of carbon removals by mid-century to limit the warming to 1.5 degrees. So we need anyway gigatons of also carbon removals to actually realize the minimum level of ambition in climate policies. Obviously, technical removals must never be instead of emission reductions, not instead, but in addition to reductions. We need both of them. They are not definitely competing, but they are complementing each other. Ahead of COP30 next year, all parties are to present new NDCs, as we know, and we think that those NDCs must reflect also the need of negative emissions, both in terms of ambition and also setting goals, including these removals of carbon. So I think that one main take-home message for the audience and for the whole world is that all countries, not only we who are gathered here, should not only plan but go operational in also how to get removals running as well. In EU, the NDC discussion will be also in very concrete level next year. We have a Commission's proposal about minus 90% net reduction target in emissions for European Union, and actually Denmark and Finland were among those few countries that were first to support this initiative of minus 90% by 2040, then which would be in line with the carbon neutrality by 2050. And what we regionally need to facilitate also technical removals, I think we need, first of all, regional European carbon dioxide logistics, so how we actually move carbon dioxide to be removed from emission points to be stored other places. And second, we need clear rules which also include sustainability of this action, so that we avoid such cases which will be framed as greenwashing. And we need that also in regional European level, but not least on global level. And here once again, for example, the negotiations about Article 6 here about carbon offsets are of great importance for all market-based solutions. So we think that we can't miss the opportunity of the next round of NDCs, not only when it comes to emission reductions, but also on like a larger scale incoming of removal agenda on NDCs as well. And this will be, of course, no easy task. This is why we have established the group of negative emitters, or GUN, as we call it. And through this alliance, we want to create greater ambitions and pave the way for real-world progress to achieve global net negative emissions, finally, globally and not only regionally. So we hope to bring together more countries, organizations and businesses, and we want to help each other to develop solutions in the interest of both developed and developing countries. In particular, developed countries can take the first expensive steps to develop new technologies and value chain to capture and storage carbon. This is how it happened with wind power, solar power, and now it's scaled up globally, and this is how it should happen also when it comes to removals of carbon from atmosphere and from emission points. At the same time, many developing countries already have large natural sinks, and we also have large natural sinks, for example, in European and Nordic countries. And we also need to protect these natural sinks and to develop them and grow them even larger. So it might be forestry, pyrolysis, biochar, or technical removals. We need all of them. They are not competing but complementing each other. And what we offer is not merely a badge of honor, it's an open door to a coalition where we call for higher ambitions while at the same time supporting each other to build the tools and capabilities needed to reach these targets. I want to say thanks and to really appreciate to those countries that have already joined in, and this makes us all a bit more hopeful for the future to see all of you here today and to know that many countries are interested about cooperation. And those of you who are on the fence, let this be an invitation to also join the club officially later on. Is the road towards negative emissions easy? Far from it. We don't know yet all the details and technical solutions and cost competitive way. But was it similar risks and unknown things when it comes to wind, solar, renewable techniques 15 years ago? Definitely yes. And still we managed to pave the way towards actually dominating technologies coming nowadays from renewables. And is it necessary? Absolutely, this is necessary that we are doing. So once again, thank you for all of you to join us. And now I would like to welcome to the stage members and supporters of this GUN initiative. So Suriname is one of only 3 countries who already have achieved negative emissions. That's quite an achievement. And I'm very pleased that you are also now members of GUN team. So please join me on the stage, Minister Marciano Desai. Welcome. And also, I'm very honored to have a pleasure of welcoming another Nordic minister or representative of one of our new members, Sweden. So Minister Romina Pourmokhtari, please join us as well here. And yet another country joining GAN is the Netherlands, and it's my definite pleasure to welcome His Royal Highness Prince James Bourbon de Parme. Please, here. And then I wish to welcome the representative of another GAN's new members, Secretary of Renewable Energy of Kenya, Mr. Isa Kiva. And it's my great pleasure also to welcome here Ethiopia, new member as well, State Minister Siyom Mekonnen. Please take the stage as well. Here to show the support of Germany for the work of the Alliance, please welcome also Mrs. Vera Rodenhoff. And there are so many of us that we don't have enough space, but I think that there's still more room for important countries to join. And from Denmark, who is also founding father of this initiative, then Deputy Secretary, State Secretary Christian Stenberg there. Please join us as well. And now I would ask you all to have a short introduction on why you are here and why you see this of high importance. Please.
Well, thank you so much, and first of all, thank you to Denmark and for inviting Sweden into this cooperation of GAN. We are very pleased to join because negative emissions is something that is very important for us, and I think it should be important for more countries. I think that in the times that we are seeing with not enough urgency regarding climate transition, it is unresponsible to ignore the potential of negative emissions. We need to definitely accelerate these types of techniques if we are to take 1.5 and Paris Agreement into a reality. So at times when we are not moving fast enough, we really should not ignore the potential of negative emissions. And this is why, not least my country, Sweden, is very engaged in developing negative emission technologies and hopefully reaching Suriname's level with negative emission technologies being active in our country and working, so to say. So I see this this community or alliance, maybe I should call it, as a cornerstone for climate transition. I'd just like to shortly mention what we're doing in our country. So Sweden has a long-term climate goal, which is to reach net zero by 2045, but it's also to reach net negative emissions thereafter. And this is an important part of our climate goal because we see it as detrimental to keep 1.5 alive, to also discuss negative emissions. It is a tricky technique. Maybe my colleagues here agree. If you're in the stage of developing these techniques, you know that there are a lot of challenges, not least regarding the infrastructure surrounding negative emissions, how to transport carbon dioxide across borders. There's a lot of legislation and techniques that need to be developed to live up to the standards we need to develop these techniques. So it's much more important with cooperation than in many other fields, I believe. And this is why it's very important to have these types of alliances and develop cooperation. I look forward to sharing the progress that Sweden has made and the lessons that we've learned, so to say, and I also look forward to learning from my colleagues in the Alliance on how we can develop these types of techniques further. Sweden will have an auction system, as it is now, to develop the technique in Sweden. So right now we have an auction that is taking place, and it's actually being, the first auction is closing this week. So we're in the middle of developing these types of techniques. The auction is approximately $3.2 billion for funding of these techniques in our country for reversed auctions. And this is from the period of 2026 to 2046. So we need to have long-term regulations, long-term investments, and hopefully we'll be able to share some of our experiences with our colleagues in this alliance. So thank you so much to Denmark for the initiative, and we look forward to being part of this alliance. Thank you.
No, it's wonderful to be here as a representative of the Netherlands, and normally with negative, it's like medical testing. You associate it with something positive, and also here we want negative emissions to have a positive, healthy planet going forward. So we are very happy to be an ally of the group of negative emitters, and we really want to commend Denmark, Finland, Panama as the founding members of GON, and so we're there to support it going forward. In the Netherlands we're working on a roadmap for carbon removals, and there's 3 examples. We have one on monitoring, reporting and verification. The second is actions on creating market demand, and we often do that in an EU level, as my colleague from Sweden just said, and actions to ensure that innovation can actually thrive in our environment. So we work on this big infrastructure also in the port of Rotterdam to be able to do so, and within Europe we're quite advanced on that level. Now, our roadmap will be ready very soon, in the first half of 2025. So that's when we can actually identify clearly how we can cooperate going forward, not just on a European level, but at a global level. So let's share our best practice and act, not just nationally, but internationally. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I congratulate the colleagues on this initiative on behalf of Suriname. So concerning Suriname, as mentioned, we are carbon negative. Some quick facts: 90% of our land is covered with forest. So we have this Amazon forest covering Suriname. We have this large carbon sink of 13.1 gigatons CO2, which is equivalent to 26 times the weight of all the people in the world. So for us, it's very important to lead by example. All of us here are leading by example, and we encourage other countries, to follow us, because there is no plan B, there is no planet B. We have this planet, and we have to make all the efforts to let Paris Agreement work. Under the Paris Agreement, Suriname, even though we are carbon negative, we have exceeded our climate goal, and we are absorbing extra carbon from the world. We are doing projects under Article 6.2. We just launched this year first ITMOS, and we look forward to collaborations so that we can, even though we are carbon negative, help other countries with their climate goals. Thank you very much.
So speaking on behalf of Germany and my Minister and Vice Chancellor Habeck, we are not yet a member, we are a supporter. We believe this is a great initiative though, and we're looking to join. Why is it a great initiative? Obviously, we all know we're seeing unprecedented levels of climate change happening. We are clearly focused on mitigation. This has to be the #1 option, but this is also stated in this initiative that's the #1 option. But as we are very unfortunately quickly arriving almost to 1.5, and we might be over 1.5, which is clearly the goal. We have to not the temperature rise. We have to not cross the border. We have to look at other options, and this is why it's a timely initiative. At home, we have a net zero 2045 goal. Of course, as part of the European Union, it's also net zero 50. We are looking into a strategy for long-term negative emissions. We will probably have it finished in April next year, and on the basis of that we're going to look into having a target also for negative emissions probably by 2060. And there it is just very important that we have clear standards of integrity and transparency, but this is why this initiative is so timely, that we can work on it, because if we don't get started now, we won't have the guardrails and the technicalities and everything in place to then get going once it's necessary to get going. Thank you.
Thank you. Kenya, we are so happy to be associated with this initiative. We have already announced our net zero goals 2050, and also done our energy transition goals, our low carbon development goals, and we are looking forward to be able to reach there. We are already advanced in terms of our electricity grid, which is largely renewable and 93% dispatching, and we have huge potential for geothermal, wind and solar. And so we think we should be able to reach there very quickly in terms of power. We're also looking at the other areas of transport. We're looking at green hydrogen. We are looking at e-mobility. We are looking at energy storage. We are looking at electric cooking. And for us to be here with all these colleagues who have made strides in many of those areas, it will give us an impetus so that we can be able to achieve our goals. We're also interconnecting with our neighbors, Ethiopia, Tanzania, so that we can be able to create one grid in Africa. And the same way we are doing in power, we want to be able to do the same even on the transition journey, where we can be able to come together, learn from each other, and be able to support each other. This for us is not just for climate, it is for socio-economic development, it is for the dignity of our mothers in good cooking, it is for health, it is for all the good things that can go with it. So thank you very much, and we look forward to working together with this team. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and then we are also happy to join this alliance. I think I could say that Ethiopia is the only country, I could say, it's really walking the talk in terms of climate action. If you look our initiative that's already implementing in the country, the energy sector is a very huge investment we have doing. Almost our renewable energy is 100% renewable energy that we are just providing and developing. And then if you look our Green Legacy initiative, which is the largest and the biggest ecosystem restoration initiative, that's done by our Norwegian and then joining by Denmark as well. And then that really gets to reach a negative emission. We have a very big ambition that we are already doing on that. Close to 69% of emission reduction is there. So by joining this alliance, we'll have a good opportunity to have more techniques, more capacities, and then more financial support in order to realize our vision and an ambition that you already set on our NDC. I thank you.
Well, it's such a great honor to be on the stage together with partners in this alliance, and a very warm welcome to all the new members. Swedish minister called it a community, and that's very much what we would like this to be, a community where we can work together, fight together, and learn from each other. And from the Danish perspective, there's really a lot that we can learn from you. As a government, the Danish government has set a goal of reaching 110% reductions in 2050. But we need solutions and cooperation in order to get there. We need to be better to reforest our lands, and there's a lot that we can learn from Suriname, Kenya, and Sweden and Finland in this regard. We're also investing heavily in CCUS, on capturing carbon and storing it on the ground safely. And hopefully others can learn from our successes and failures, and we can bring down the costs, so that can be of global benefit. When I'm on the stage here now and not my minister, it's because my minister, he's in the plenary working hard for the EU position on Article 6, which is that the Article 6 framework has to have a very strong environmental integrity. If we achieve that at this COP this week, then that can be a tool that can accelerate these efforts towards climate negativity. But I think this alliance is also very important in fighting for higher levels of ambition. And I think we all have been reading texts coming out this morning, and higher ambition is something that is very, very important. We need higher ambitions from this COP to send signals so we can all work on a high level of ambition of NDCs, so that when we convene again at COP30 in Belém next year, we will have a sufficiently high level of ambition that brings us on course to 1.5, and that these plans are seeking negative emissions in the longer terms, because that is absolutely essential. So thank you for all of the partners. Thank you very much for all of you for joining, and we look so much forward to working with all of you.
So very briefly, if I can get very briefly. I know this is going to be difficult. I will. I understand that we have plenary conversations ongoing, and some of our ministers have to leave early, but we would like to give the opportunity for Mirja Atala, the branch head of adaptation and resilience at UNEP, to share a few words as closing remarks before we close, and there will be room for ministers and media to have conversations after this event for the ministers who do not have to run to the plenary.
Thank you very much, and it's a great pleasure for UNEP to be here. I will spare you the generalities around where we are in terms of emissions trajectories. You've probably all read the emissions gap report. At 3.1 degrees, the world is unlivable. We will face migration, we will face changes in cropping patterns, and we will face the overshoot of some of the tipping points. So we need everything, everywhere, all at once kind of approach, as has been emphasized by this alliance. We need transparency, as has been emphasized by many of the speakers here. And we also need integrity in the system. So we cannot have removals replacing emission reductions. And we've seen that removals are not only high-tech, but there's tech that is adequate and applicable in different countries and different contexts, as we've heard from Kenya, from Suriname, and from Ethiopia. One of the key challenges is that greenhouse gas emissions know no borders, yet we do have jurisdictions. And as highlighted by the Honorable Minister of Sweden, we do need to have legal frameworks that enable the removals, that enable them in a manner that has integrity and that addresses the needs of multiple countries. The G20 declaration has acknowledged the need for, and the IPCC actually acknowledged as well, there's no single scenario of the IPCC that is without the consideration of removals. And so it's important nowadays that we think about the fact that the solutions of today do not become the problems of tomorrow. And so not only integrity and transparency, but also the application of the precautionary principle will be key in ensuring that we are building solutions and technologies that will be adequate in the future and that will not lead to another problem that we will need to solve. So with this, I think I've tried to sum up this very, very rich rich interventions. We very much also welcome the coalition led by Bhutan and within which Suriname is also partner. And we very much look forward to all of these coalitions coming together in such a way that we keep 1.5 alive. Thank you very much.
Welcome, everyone. Thank you for joining us for this session. Please take a seat and we will start shortly. My name is Sigurd Krabbe. I'm one of Denmark's youth delegates to the UN for Climate and Environment, and I'm very happy to be moderating this session today on how we defend the defenders of the climate that is risking a lot, sometimes prison sentences, sometimes their life, going up against systems that are inherently not good for human welfare and the climate that we need of tomorrow. In many countries, we have tried to secure the rights of these people by having liberal democracies. The liberal part being human rights such as the freedom of speech, the freedom of assembly, and the democratic part being that we think that what the majority wants should also be the same as the collective, as the people would want to get the society where everyone is having the greatest value of their life. But sometimes the democratic and liberal parts can be conflicting. Sometimes, if democracy is not a simple to understand term, it's very contested. And some of the simplest way that it can be understood is that it is just a majority rule. And the liberal rights, the rights of every person, can get into conflict with what the majority wants. So if the majority doesn't see a benefit for it in defending these rights, in upholding these rights of the minority, because they think they will continue to be the majority, they will continue to be the ones in power, we can't be sure that they will actually continue upholding the rights of freedom of assembly, freedom of speech for everyone but themselves. We are seeing the concept of illiberal democracies, the rolling back of some of the most important principles underlying our democracies, both in Europe and elsewhere. And this is just touching upon countries that actually have democracies. This is not the case for everywhere. Some places, the thing that the activists will try to draw upon is that the collective, that trying to govern for benefiting the collective, to benefiting everyone, and what's actually happening is not the same. And they're trying to, through the activism and the sometimes extreme measures that they take in use, to show that there's the difference between these two, even though the first one should be the goal. And that is very true when it comes to climate. It has before been so when it came to gender equality, when it came to the equality between different peoples. But we're going to touch upon it today with the one that is probably most present in, no, I wouldn't say most present in our time, but one of the things that is most present in the media, at least now, because it is the newest one of many of these, the climate. Yes, I think I would first like to invite Marie Struder to the scene, the head of the Eastern Europe section of Amnesty International, which has done a report on how climate activists are treated throughout Europe and how their rights are upheld. So please give a warm welcome to Marie.
Thank you very much, and thank you for, can you hear me all right? Good. I'm from Amnesty International. For those of you that don't know, Amnesty is a global human rights movement that aims to end and counter human rights violations across the world and bring positive change mostly to victims of human rights violations. We published in June of this year a report covering 21 countries in Europe, in particular the state of protest in those 21 countries. Our conclusions are not positive, so I'm already contradicting the ultimate aim of our mandate. What we found is that there's a systematic rollback on the right to protest across the European continent. What does it mean? It means that we uncovered a whole pattern of repressive laws, unnecessary and excessive use of force, arbitrary arrests and prosecutions, and you won't be surprised by this, I think you have already mentioned it, the use of invasive surveillance technology. In terms of climate protest, all of this applies. So as you all know, in recent years there's a growing number of people, organizations and transnational social movements that are carrying out, that have carried out and continue to carry out peaceful acts of civil disobedience. I underscore peaceful when I describe civil disobedience, because you might hear from various governments that civil disobedience is unlawful. It is not. It is protected under the right to freedom of assembly that everybody enjoys, and that is protected by the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. So what we have seen across these 21 European states is mass arrests, harsh responses, and what I think is particularly relevant for us all is quite dangerous language. What I mean by that is we're seeing increasingly the use of the terms extremists or terrorists linked to those who peacefully use civil disobedience to protest about climate change, or even eco-terrorists. What's important for this crowd as well, I think, is that young activists, particularly students, are also facing restrictions such as penalties for missing school to protest or other constraints on their right to assembly. But so the overall message is that the European authorities are prioritizing public order over the facilitation of climate activism, and this is undermining the rights to assembly and expression. Let me give you some concrete country examples. In the UK, which is where I am based, climate protesters have been heavily stigmatized and publicly vilified. In fact, I was just speaking with him the other day. The UN rapporteur on environmental defenders, who is Michel Forst, he was in this venue 2 or 3 days ago, has called the approach in the UK a toxic approach, and the language used by UK authorities. And the actions of these climate defenders have in part been used to justify amendments to what's called the Public Order Act. This is also across the European space. In Spain, activists from the group Scientist Rebellion are on trial and facing penalties of up to 2 years imprisonment after having thrown washable paint on the steps of the parliament. In Germany, police are using baton, pepper spray and water cannon to disperse activists protesting the destruction of the hamlet of Lützerath to make way for a coal mine. 8 people were hospitalized and many injured. In Germany as well, we have seen politicians of a particular ilk, shall we say, calling climate activists climate hysterics, and they have labeled at times Greta Thunberg a sick child. In Scotland, very pertinent to COP, in 2021, the COP29 conference used stop and search as a method of intelligence gathering. Let me give you a couple more examples. In the Netherlands, we've even seen the use of military force, very sadly, to disperse peaceful climate protests, and there have been mass arrests. I want to finish my brief comments by speaking about one of our home defenders on this soil, whose name is Nargis. She is actually imprisoned right now. She is a journalist of a local independent media outlet called Abzas. In fact, I was just meeting 15 minutes ago with her relative. She's been in pretrial detention for a year, and today her relatives told us that she's on the brink of a hunger strike. She was poised to start the hunger strike yesterday, but it's been averted for one day, but it's on the brink. In any case, she was reporting on environmental issues for this Abzas media in Azerbaijan, and one of the things that they found was that a waste lake in Soyadlu, operated by a gold mining company, had contained dangerous levels of cyanide. After Nargiz exposed this, the authorities shut down access to that very village the next day. The protesters were surrounded, several arrested on dubious drug charges, and Nargiz, as I've just told you, was subsequently arrested, and she remains in detention. If I'm not mistaken, Fouad, access to that village has been systematically blocked since the report came out on the pollution cause. So in short, we're seeing a trend that I think my colleagues who are the climate specialists, have described, reflecting a shrinking of civil society space, not only within COP events, but broader, at least across the European space. So I'll finish there, and we'll be very happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Marie. Yeah, please give her an applause. I think you can just enter the panel right away at the same time as I'm introducing Mikkel Inkle, one of the activists from Norway, from the youth organization Nature and Youth, is the English name of it. Please also give them a warm hand, as we would say in Denmark, but I think we say an applause in English. Thank you.
Can I hold it like this? Yeah, okay. Yeah, my name is Mikkel, and I come from a youth organization in Norway called Natur og Ungdom, and an English name would be Nature and Youth, or Youth for Nature. And I just want to start by saying that we are extremely lucky to be in the situation that we are in Norway. We have very, very strong rights for our activists, and there are very heavy limitations on what the police are allowed to do. And when I hear about what Marie is telling about the situation in Europe, I feel very, very fortunate. And I think a lot of people would agree that we are very fortunate. But there are also some difficulties in Norway, which I will tell you more about with an illustrative case. But just to give you an example, to illustrate how strong our rights are in Norway, there was a case last year of an Extinction Rebellion activist who sat down in the Ministry of Health and refused to move. So that would be civil disobedience. And in the end, she was removed and detained by the police and fined. And then in the end, she appealed her case and everything, and the Supreme Court actually ruled that this detention and the fines that she got was sufficient, more than a sufficient charge. It was actually too heavy of a penalty for what she did. And so the charges were dropped. And I think that's a very, very illustrative case of how limited the police and authorities actually are in Norway. So yeah, we are very lucky with that. However, there is another recent case that some of you might have heard about, the Fosen case, which was in 2023. The basis for the case was that there are some, we have, you probably all know about that we have Sami people in Norway. I hope you know that. We do, and there is a case where the government has built windmills on a reindeer territory, and it's been a very, very long case. It's been appealed again and again for many, many years, and then in the end it was built. And then in 2021, the Supreme Court of Norway ruled that this was a human rights violation under one of the articles that protects the right to practice your own culture for ethnic, linguistic minorities. And when that happens, the court or the state has an obligation to mitigate this and repair the damages, which was not done. So after 500 days of the windmills still being operative and nothing happening. Protesters occupied the Norwegian Department of Oil and Energy in Oslo. And it was a week of occupying this department and blocking the entrances. The first 24 hours, there was a delegation that was inside the department, and they were expecting to be removed by the police, and they were not. Instead, they were isolated inside the department for 24 hours without any access to water or food or access to toilets, and no contact with people outside. And it was an extremely, it was a really bad situation for them. So that's a very good example of something that shouldn't happen, and a violation of their rights in the biggest way. So in the end, they were removed in the middle of the night when media didn't have any opportunity to cover it, which was also very sly, violates their freedom of expression, in my opinion. So that is that case. And then there were protests for a week, and a lot of activists were detained, and some of them were fined. So again, there's a lot of framework, and it's I could talk about the framework for this forever. There's a lot of complicated laws, but basically for the police in Norway to be able to interfere in such a manner, there are two conditions that must be met. So firstly, it must have a basis in law. So there must be a law that the activists have breached. In this case, that was true. And then it must also be necessary in a democratic society, which in this case, the police rules was necessary. But I'm just mentioning it because I think it's very interesting and illustrates a good benchmark, maybe, for what kind of rights activists should have. And even though this case was very chaotic, it's good that we have that in our law. And the police were very respectful, and we are very lucky. But it's also an interesting case because we are protecting the rule of law in this case here, because the state itself was not following the Supreme Court's rulings. So yeah, it is a very, very special case. And it had a big impact, so it brought a lot of attention to the case, and in the end the state did admit to having breached the human rights violations, which I don't think that should have been such a difficult thing to make them admit when it was actually a ruling. But they in the end did that, and it has been mitigated now, even though it has been described as finding a solution with a gun to your head by the Sami, at least one of the Sami groups that was affected. It has been mitigated in some way. And the activists were acquitted in the district court, but the state or the prosecution has appealed the case, which is also an interesting choice, in my opinion. We could have not done that, and it just illustrates the structural power that the state has in this case for capacity and economics and everything like that. So to sum up, it's also important to remember that getting fines for civil disobedience does not automatically say that the freedom of speech or assembly has been breached. It's something that we know when we do civil disobedience, and it's a consequence that we accept. And breaking the law openly also means to accept those consequences. We are very lucky in Norway to have these conditions that we do have with the police, but I think this Fosen case is still a gross display of the power that the state has. And I could go on for a long time about what should be done better. They should, for example, they've just tried to review this case, like lawfully, and it was ruled that the government should be allowed to review themselves and how they acted in this case. And so they did in a tiny little text box of the state budget, so that nobody would see it. And they said that this was a very difficult and we did our best job. And so that could be could be better as well. Yeah.
Thank you,
Thank you.
very much, Mikkel, for this great introduction. Yes, give him some applause. Yeah, and really amazing how you both told about the good things that there definitely is in the Norwegian system, but also the things where it needs to improve. We would like to invite our third member of the panel to the screen. They are here. I'm inviting Bayram Shrala Bayramova. I hope I'm pronouncing it correctly, which is a human rights lawyer. And they are not present here in Azerbaijan, as we from the coordinator side of this event chose not to have any Azerbaijani people on stage physically, as we've been advised not to risk their what do you say, fortune, their lives here, as we know that we are defended, or we are protected is the right word, by the UN here when we're here. But the UN will leave at some point, and that will not be the same case for the Azerbaijani when the UN is not here anymore. And therefore we've chosen to have Bayrama with us online. So please, if you'd like to introduce yourself and maybe comment a bit on what has been said already. Then after we will have a panel discussion where I would also like to invite you to ask some questions for our panelists.
Thank you a lot. I hope everybody can hear me. So I want to say the speaker previously from me that you're not breaking any rules. The Norway is part of Council of Europe. So if you look into European Convention on Human Rights, you have a right to protest, and if it's an important topic especially. So host unmuted me and muted me, so I think it's fine. So I will just continue to talk. So the reason that I'm not in Azerbaijan right now is because I'm in exile. I live in Sweden. I have been doing a lot of protests, and I'm working as a human rights lawyer for a very long time. And as a result, the Azerbaijani government crushed my ribs and my kneecaps, and in another incident, they injured my neck, which I can only sleep with a neck pillow, and I'm a patient in Red Cross Torture Center. So I wish I would be able to be there. I would have done a lot if I was allowed to. If I was allowed to, I would just fly like immediately there, because I mean, as you all know, land borders are closed as well. So I actually want to tell you about a lot of human stories from Azerbaijan. First of all, being my father, Dr. Kubat Ibadoglu, who is right now in house arrest under police surveillance. My dad has been investigating oil and gas industry for a really long time, like more than 30 years now. And while investigating oil and gas industry, he was investigating about transparency, corruption, but also its environmental effect. You can also read a lot about his articles on Crude Accountability, which is an environmental organization based in USA. While investigating how Azerbaijani oil company is also doing a lot of money laundering around the world, and especially in UK, the government decided to target him. And when he was visiting my grandma on last summer, July 2023, while driving car with my mom in Baku, they crashed his car in between, and the 20 men in black came out and physically assaulted my parents. None of them had any police symbol, so they were basically like men in black clothes, cars in black, and my mom and my dad was put into different cars and put into organized crime department. My mom actually saw that this is some kind of like sex trafficking or organ mafia. She was screaming that she's too old for that, and my dad's organs are not working because he's extremely sick. So like she was extremely terrified. As a result, they damaged my mom's 30% of nerve function on her right side of brain, which now she has a hard time to balance herself, and she lives with me in Sweden. But they kept my dad 9 months in detention center, and in the detention center, he was deprived of medical care, drinkable water, and proper food, which is exactly the same what other political prisoners are facing, like Nargiz Absalamova, Andarman Mehdi that has been named, but also Sevinch, Ulvi, Akif, Alasker, and other political prisoners that are right now in prison. With my father's case, he had a high diabetes, so he has a lot of he was losing his nerve functions, and they had all the wounds all over his body. And at the same time, his aorta in his heart, which is one of the main veins, has been expanding. So with a lot of international pressure, we were able to get him out of the isolation center to transfer him to the house arrest. And in this basically movement, a lot of environmental organizations has been helping us, including Crude Accountability, Global Witness, which you probably have heard of, but also EITI, which is like the huge organization that BP, Total Energy, and Azerbaijan, UK, Germany is also part of. And it's actually the main office is located to Oslo in Norway, and my dad was a board member for 2 terms. So with the help of them, we were able to get my dad released. But after my dad's detention, there has been more than 200 political prisoners are detained. Now my father, his aorta is expanding and he's in urgent heart surgery, but he's basically kept as a hostage. The recently Norwegian the Ministry of International Development has visited my dad in house arrest, and which is extremely important because it shows that Norway cares about it and Norway cares about Azerbaijani human rights issues. And it also shows a lot of hope to us to be able to actually demand the rights for those people who has been fighting for climate and environment for a really long time. After my dad's detention, Nargis Absalomova, who's also my dear friend, has been detained. She is a journalist from Abzas Media, and she was investigating Soydulu village, which is an old mine that old mine, and it's basically chemical residue has been destructive to the environment, soil and the water. And Nargis, the village was blockaded, and Nargis heroically actually managed to get inside the village and interview people and get their worries about environment, because they were protesting against this to be known to whole Azerbaijan. I also know Nargis because we have been active in feminist movement while we are both basically organizers. I have been the main organizer of the protest while she's the shadow organizer. So we have been doing quite a lot of work together during feminist movement. So like Nargis wasn't only the person who has been a journalist who's been actively reporting on environmental damages, but also she's been actively protesting against the matters that are extremely important and the groups that has been most affected by the environmental damage and climate. And after Nargis, Anar Mehmetli was detained, and Anar Mehmetli is a human rights defender. And he opened the climate justice initiative that he wanted to fight for the human rights and the people's rights for the COP29 as it's coming. And he actually got a lot of human rights defenders from Azerbaijan to join this climate initiative. But not being able to actually get his plans to be realized, he was detained in front of a kindergarten when actually getting his son from the kindergarten. So, and the one thing that he asked before being detained to the police, like, can I kindly call somebody else so that my son can be picked up? Because like if he's detained in front of kindergarten, like there was nobody to pick up his child. So, and you may also see that this kind of pattern that these people who has been trying to target a lot of environmental climate issues, trying to work on human rights and advocate for human rights during COP29, they have been detained in a very way that is actually kind of a show, because the Azerbaijani government wants to show everybody that, okay, this is not acceptable. And if you actually go against me, in a sense, you'll be detained in the same way. And I would also clarify that the reason that this is happening during COP and before COP is because before Azerbaijan also had different kind of international conference like Eurovision, Olympic Games, and we were able to do a lot of activism. But now it's almost completely silent. And the reason for that, Azerbaijan basically cleared up all the streets from the human rights defenders, and very few people basically left who are still holding up and still needs your help. And you may ask, okay, these are all human rights issues, but to be honest, it's not. These people has been fighting for climate. My dad has been fighting for climate. Nargis has been reporting on climate. Anar Mehmetli for fighting for climate activists. The environment and climate, we are all sharing it together. And we want to fight together with you. But how can we do it if we are in house arrest, in detention, in exile? We can't be part of this fight. And if we are not part of this fight, you all know that if we are not all fighting together against climate change, then we are not going to be able to tackle it. So it's important for you all to be our voice so we can tackle it together. And another point I want to make finally is that, and the reason this is all happening is because oil and gas industry is the biggest industry Azerbaijan have. Only 1.3% of the energy balance goes to renewable energy of Azerbaijan. And this has been actually higher in the 1990s in Soviet Union. So it's actually been lower now. And the Azerbaijani government has been producing and getting this energy balance from both oil and gas, 70% and 28% respectively. So they are not interested in renewable energy. They're not interested in tackling climate change. They're not interested in tackling the environment, because what they care is to produce more oil and gas. And as you can see with the Global Witness investigation, that the COP29 CEO was trying to use COP29 to do more oil and gas in the contracts and like for the future, but also if you look into the energy ministry of Azerbaijan, Mr. Shahbaz, I believe that's his name, on Twitter, you'll see that he has been posting openly that he's been talking to other countries to increase oil and gas fields in Azerbaijan during the COP29. So they're using this opportunity not to tackle the climate change or improve the environment, because they're not even doing it in their own country, but to actually destroy it all over the world. Because these people, I mean, if climate change completely destroys our world, these people have places, bunkers to go and hide and so on. But like, it's very few people, as you know. So I think it's important to be our voice, and I really ask you to be our voice during COP29. And thank you a lot for this opportunity, and I'm ready for any questions.
Thank you very much, Bayram, and thank you for sharing a very touching story with us. I think before we proceed with the panel, we have a short video that we would like to show you about the report. Then we'll come back to the panel, where I think we'll go directly to your questions.
Nargis is imprisoned simply for speaking the truth. Nargis! Nargis! She is one of the several brave journalists of Abzas Media in Azerbaijani jail. Nargis, she is known for her powerful reporting on protests against pollution from a gold mine in the country. Gold from this mine powers companies like Apple, Microsoft, HP, and Tesla. For them, it is a profitable deal. But for the people near the mine, it has been a disaster. They complain that drinking water is contaminated and putting their health and way of...
Okay, great. Thank you. Then I guess we'll be going back to the panel. Great. Yeah, I don't know how to come back until like such a touching story. I want to ask you, Marie, if you have a great reply on how we can be supporting the Azerbaijani people when we go home here after COP, and all the media attention, all the attention from civil society that has been put on Azerbaijan for the duration of COP will slowly fade away, even though we'll try our best to keep the pressure. How can we support them?
Repeat the words of my esteemed colleague on the screen. Be the voice of the Azerbaijani activists, journalists, researchers, academics that are continuing to struggle for positive climate change in Azerbaijan. In any platforms you have in international conferences, please raise all of these cases and make the point that I think they have made very powerfully. We're all in this together, and we won't get where we need to go if we don't have the whole range of human rights defended. You have, as the colleague was just saying, since November 2023, between sort of 12 and 20 journalists that have been arrested on trumped up charges. Invite them to international conferences, send the invitations to the prisons, make it openly known that these journalists are not able, and activists and researchers, to actively report on the situation in Azerbaijan. And I'm sorry I don't have it with me, but Amnesty International has a petition calling upon the Azerbaijani government to release all of the people that have been arrested on trumped up charges and allow them to carry on with their work. So if you look up Amnesty International, you'll find a URL that's specifically for a petition calling on the government to release all of these people.
Thank you very much. I have a lot of questions, but I could imagine that some in the audience do as well. I would therefore like to open the floor to see if there's any questions out here.
Oh gosh, that's a bit loud. Sorry. I know that Amnesty International runs so many programs that
Too many.
yeah. And I've heard of the letter writing one, and I was just wondering if you might expand a little more on that. And I guess I'm just really curious to learn, because it seems like a really sort of youth-friendly way for getting involved and supporting getting prisoners who unjust prisoners out. But yeah, I was wondering what kinds of outcomes had actually happened because of that. Yeah.
That's a wonderful question. Thank you. What she is referring to, or you are referring to, is an annual global campaign that Amnesty International runs. It's called Right for Rights. And it happens actually right now, between about the second week of October running through to the 10th of December, which is International Human Rights Day. And people all over the world are invited to sign letters of support for 10 people all around the world that we nominate to be elevated to this platform for promotion and defense. What it means concretely is that people put their electronic or physical signature to letters and or postcards that are sent to the presidents, prime ministers of the countries where people have been unfairly detained, or to the prosecutor general, or in support of the lawyers. The point being that the authorities receive literally hundreds of thousands of these letters from all of the continents in the world. In terms of the impact, I can tell you it has huge impact. The first impact, and I think this is the most important one, is moral. I cannot recount to you the number of times I've heard from people in prison or who have emerged from prison about how that moral support kept them going on a daily basis. You might recall, sadly, there was a very high-profile exchange of 16 prisoners in Russia and Belarus, actually involving a German citizens as well. They all said unanimously when they got out of jail, it was those letters, not only from Amnesty, there were other organizations since then, but it was those letters that kept us going on a daily basis. And in fact, many of them now are devoting a lot of their time to encouraging people like you to send letters. So it's called Right for Rights. Just go to our website, and it's very easy. You just put your signature. And I think my colleague might want to add onto that.
Yes, hello. I'm Anne Bonde from Amnesty Norway. Thank you for a very nice discussion. I wanted to highlight that we have also the wife of the director of Absas Media here today, Rubaba Guleva. So she is the wife of Ulvi Hassanli, who is in prison together with the journalists. And he has been reporting about regular torture in this detention center, where he is now located together with the other journalists. So this also shows that you don't have to be ill to be at risk in this prison. Something can happen to you, and they are facing pressure every day because they report about the conditions and continue to do their journalistic work inside the prison as well. So I just wanted us also to know that she is here and to honor the work they do to defend their own relatives. And then a question to Mikkel. If you could say something about the solidarity you do in nature and youth with other countries, that would be nice.
Thank you. Thank you for mentioning, Anna.
You hear me? Yeah. Well, yes. Can you still hear me? Yeah. Okay, I just can't hear myself. So I think there's really something about the importance of international solidarity when you are in a position where you are lucky, like I just described, to support. And it's very interesting to hear about the support that Norway has given to my co-panelist here as well. I'm very, very happy to hear that. So in my organization, we have some partner organizations in Russia, actually, where we use our position to facilitate climate activism for youth in Russia as well. And It's a project that has seen a lot of different phases, and right now it's a lot more tricky than it was maybe 10 years ago. But we are still collaborating with Russian partners, and it's yeah, it's really it feels really important to do that, and I think the biggest part of the glory should go to the activists that are in Russia and that are doing this, not to us, because they are risking a lot. And I think it's also important just to let people know about that and to be a voice for them, maybe in the way that Bayram was mentioning as well. So if anybody wants to read about that, they can also go online and see more about it. And I think it's a really, really important project.
Thank you, Mikkel. I don't know if there are other Christians in the audience. I have some myself. It's also for you, Mikkel. We see in Azerbaijan that this room for civil disobedience that you use actively in Norway isn't really there. There isn't a something in the middle of something that's just illegal and the state treats as high criminality, and a room for stepping over the lines. That is also illegal, but not seen as bad as some of the. I think there's different steps on the on the staircase in the Norwegian case. But how do you, as activists, do this assessment of what should be strictly against moral, and is what do you think is justified, even though it is not legitimized under the law? Does my question make sense?
Could you reformulate the last sentence?
Yeah, some things are seen as justified to do in an activistic manner, to do civil disobedience, but it's not legitimized. It is still unlawful. It's still against the law to do so.
Yeah, we use civil disobedience when we think that the case is more important than the law. So, for example, in the case with the windmills at Fosen, we think that highlighting that was a lot more important than staying within the law. And we use civil disobedience in several of our cases. Especially the last couple of years, we've used it to protect nature. There are some fjords in Norway where they want to dump mining waste, and in those cases, we have also sometimes used civil disobedience. But there have also been a lot of cases where we've decided not to, and it's very important to us that we only used civil disobedience in very, very few cases, so as to keep the integrity of that tool. It's when you feel that the case is too important not to break the law in short terms. And we often also try to, for example, me, I'm not Sami at all, but I was still part of those protests. We always try to let the people that are affected, so in this case the Sami activists that were there, be at the front line and get to show themselves and be present in the media and things, and then we play a supportive role, which is also very important to us in that case. Yeah. So solidarity in that as well.
Thank you very much. I think time is running short, so I think by the end I would like to ask all of you if you have a call to action, something that we could all go out and do. It can be some of the things that has been mentioned, but just a short message on how we can continue the work on the importance of these things, even when we are not as actively in at COP as we are right now. I think all of us are active also when we go home, but this is probably some of the most intense days of many of our lives.
I think for me, for us Nordic youth, remember our extreme privilege and use the voice that we do have, and that goes out maybe to the youth that aren't here also, but we are extremely lucky, and I think we need definitely to use that voice to show solidarity and be the powerful voice when other people don't. It sounds a bit cliche, but it makes sense as well.
Oh, thank you, Mikkel.
Stay together. I think the experience of this conference has shown we've had difficulty arguing that human rights defenders who have a pretty clear track record in working on the climate are veritable climate defenders. All human rights defenders have an equal part in working towards positive climate change. So I would say keep passing that message. As Baidam was saying, we're all in it together and we should not be divided.
Thank you. And Baidam?
So I want to say that Azerbaijan still has a COP presidency for a year. So we have a year to tackle it down. So we're going to have Bonn conference, the one in Brazil. So the COP is still like very active and very on the agenda as well. So I would say do anything that comes to your mind. You know, you want to write on walls, probably not in Azerbaijan, but abroad in your country. You want to write political prisoners' names on walls or put their pictures, put it. You want to go out and make a live or video on Instagram or TikTok, whatever you felt after this talks that you heard, do it. Whatever comes to your mind, do not question and do it, because every single action that you can ever make is extremely helpful. You want to write a letter yourself by email or like just send it, write whatever comes to your mind from your heart and say that, okay, this is fucked up and I'm against it. Release those people. This is not acceptable. Do whatever comes to your mind, because that is what activism is to act. That's the most important thing. So please act, and also please don't forget to give platform to Azerbaijanis. There are quite a lot of them in exile, but also from Azerbaijan itself that can actually join and actually raise their voice. Let us know. You can find me on all social medias, but also like a lot of like the people that we have mentioned, they also have social media accounts that are dedicated to talk about their rights, the issues that they're facing. Invite those people, invite their teams that are doing advocacy. Try to have their voice heard and do whatever comes to your mind.
Thank you very much. Baidam, Marie, Mikkel, give them a great applause. Thank you. Thank you.
Good afternoon and welcome. Para los que no hablan inglés y hablan español, hay aparatos aquí. Para todos os que falam português e precisam de interpretação, tem aparelho lá. Pour les amis qui parlent le français, qu'il faut de traduction, il y a des appareils là. Welcome to this panel on finding the path together, the way forward for securing forest tenure rights for indigenous peoples and local communities as part of climate solutions. Many of you will have heard about the $1.7 billion historic pledge for indigenous peoples and local communities. Today we'll be hearing some of the results from that pledge, and my name is David Kambowitz, and I'm from the Tenure Facility, and we as an organization are very proud to have been part of that process and to have channeled $26 million in grants last year to indigenous peoples, local community organizations. And you will also be hearing about the positive experiences of Territorial Fund from Indonesia. You will be getting data from Rainforest Foundation Norway about some of the results. And you will be hearing from the experience of the GCF in terms of where GCF is working with indigenous peoples, as well as we will be hearing experiences from Brazil. We have 5 fabulous speakers. The first will be Ege Ragnisveld from the Ministry of Climate and Environment of Norway. She will give the first presentation, and then we will have a panel of 4 people. Sinea Wapichana Duvale, the co-chair of the Indigenous Peoples Climate Change Caucus. Elena Mengata from the GCF Gling Climate Fund Indigenous Peoples Advisory Group. She's also from Tepteba, but she's here representing the advisory group. Ode Rahman from the Nusantara Territorial Fund in Indonesia. Torbjørn Gjefsen, Senior Advisor from Rainforest Foundation, Norway. So we will give the floor to Ege, and welcome, Ege.
Thanks a lot, David. And thanks to all of you for coming. Can you hear me well? Great. So, Norway's had the honor of being the chair of the Forest Tenure Funders group, the group of 25 donors that committed a pledge for $1.7 billion to support indigenous peoples and local communities in Glasgow. I want to recognize some of my British friends who are here who helped us also organize the Glasgow COP, because clearly we wouldn't have been there without you. So you've probably heard last week from the Foreign Secretary of the UK, as well as from Norway's special envoy on climate and forest, that we have some very good results from the pledge. But this event is an opportunity to sort of dive more into the results and what we achieved in the last year of 2023. So, you got the total number, 1.7 billion. In 2023 alone, the 25 funders dispersed more than $520 million to advance land tenure and the forest guardianship of indigenous peoples and local communities. And that is to date the biggest annual disbursement. And it means that after 3 years into the 5-year pledge, we're already at $1.33 billion, which means that we are very much on track to meet the pledge, and we're quite likely to exceed it, since there's actually 2 more years to go. We also see, compared to the last decade, we see that there's a 36% increase in the funding that goes to indigenous peoples and local communities in tropical forest countries. And most of this growth comes from the funders behind the pledge. But interestingly, we also see that other funders that are not yet a part of this 25 funders family have also increased their funding. And Torbjörn will probably maybe say a bit more about that in his presentation, but we have numbers that show that. And I think it may show us how important the pledge has been in terms of elevating the importance of forest tenure security for climate goals as well as for nature goals. And more funders are recognizing that. What we also see from last year was that we did a significant increase in the direct funding to organizations and funds led by indigenous peoples and local communities. It's an increase from 2% up to almost 11% in 2023. And more than 100 indigenous and local community organizations received direct support. But if we add the numbers of the funds where indigenous peoples co-create with civil society organizations and trusted partners, the numbers are much higher. But we don't have one specific number for that. We just have estimates. But it's likely a much higher number when we look into the co-creation. So I'd like to take a look at how we're doing sort of when we travel across the globe. What does it look like? We see that there's a number of global initiatives. That means we support organizations that work on advocacy and land tenure globally and that promote indigenous participation in events like this, for instance. We also see that there's a very sharp increase in Latin America, as well as a very significant increase in supporting indigenous peoples in Africa. However, you will see that Asia and the Pacific is not only gets the smallest amount of the funding, but it's also no increase from last year until this year. Very happy that we have two people from that region on our panel today who can help us address these shortages. And there's some fine print here. I'm not sure if you can read all of it, but this goes into the funding by theme. There's like 5 different themes, and the 6 themes is another theme. But we see that it's number 3 and number 4 that gets most support, and where we also see a sharp increase. Number 3 is to support and improve territorial management, conservation, governance, and tenure security. And number 4 is sustainable forest management or other livelihood strategies. So those are very significant. But we also see that there's slight increases when it comes to supporting national land and forest tenure reforms, number 1, and then number 2, which is to map and document and register land tenure claims. And then there's a small decline when it comes to communications and advocacy work globally. Then we've also done some mapping of funding by primary delivery partners. And as mentioned, we saw a steep increase in the funding that goes directly to indigenous funds and organizations. Still, most of the funding goes through international civil society organizations. But we also see that a very steep increase goes to national civil society organizations based in tropical forest countries. And these organizations often work in very close partnership with indigenous organizations in their country. One example from Norway's portfolio is, for instance, an organization called Gaia in Colombia that has an MOU with many of the indigenous organizations in the Colombian Amazon, and that work with them as a fiscal sponsor. But you also can see that multilateral agencies are one of the channels. So it's a quite diverse and changing landscape, I would say. So for the first time, we collected data on projects that targeted gender equality and youth involvement. So we didn't have data on that before. And it showed that 11% of the funds had a primary focus on gender equality or women's tenure rights, while only 2% supported youth-focused initiatives. So there's obviously room to grow in those areas, and there's also room for our data collection to improve. And one issue that many of us are very attentive to is the violence against environmental human rights defenders. And we know that indigenous peoples and local communities make up a disproportionately large part of environmental defenders who get killed every year. However, we only have qualitative data when it comes to how much support that goes to support this group. But we know that many of the funders do support this kind of work, but obviously there's also more to be done in that area because it's an unacceptably high number of defenders who are killed every year and who are threatened in other ways. Some other qualitative data that I wanted to mention is about how the funders together help create systemic shifts through partnering with tropical forest countries. Now these results are the results of tropical forest countries themselves. It's not the results of the funders, but through our funding and by elevating the importance of land tenure security in political dialogue, we can help, we can assist countries in reaching goals that they would like to achieve. And so like many of you know, Brazil has acknowledged 10 new indigenous territories since Lula took office. It shows that political will really, really matters. Peru has titled 1.9 million hectares for indigenous peoples, but still has a goal of another, or of 5 million by next year. Democratic Republic of Congo has introduced a new law back in 2022, and I'm sure many of you work to advocate for that law and know it needs to be implemented on the ground, and partners are also involved in that. Colombia has an amazing decree that's undergoing implementation, spanning as much as 11 million hectares in the Colombian Amazon. And Indonesia is advancing on their social forestry scheme. There's also many other results from many other countries, but these happen to be the countries that Norway, that I know the best because we work with them closely in Norway, but I recognize that other funders work closely with other countries. Also, before I close, I just wanted to mention beyond the tenure pledge, it's important that we also integrate and include, of course, indigenous people's concerns and in many other programs. We have lots of programs that are not mainly targeted as indigenous people's programs. This is an example from NICFI's satellite data program. It's a forest monitoring and transparency program. But to include indigenous peoples and their knowledge in these other programs is also extremely important. And this is a picture from the Peruvian Amazon where an indigenous woman is helping monitoring. She's downloading satellite data on her cell phone, and that helps her monitor and guard her territory. So we still have, we got quite far, but we still have a way to go. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Hege. Sinea, se pode passar aqui. Helen? Ode? And Tjorborg. Very good. I think we will start with Sinea. And we would like, if you could, please give us some reflections on this and also maybe tell us a little bit about the results from Brazil and your own experience. You have 4 minutes for that. Great, thank you.
Muito obrigada. Espero que estejam me ouvindo nesse microfone.
There is translation into English. You need to get the headset for that.
Muito obrigada pelo convite para estar aqui para falar sobre esse tema tão importante, que é o tema de financiamento climático. Então, eu faço uma reflexão desde a COP de Glasgow, quando foi anunciado, né, esses recursos para a questão dos povos indígenas. Para nós, os povos indígenas no Brasil, esses recursos eles são muito bem-vindos. E a gente viu pela apresentação e a gente sabe, né, que esses recursos eles chegam por várias vias, seja pelo governo, que implementa ações com recursos que são aportados, né, desses recursos anunciados, seja pelos governos locais, né, que nós temos nos estados da Amazônia, e seja pelos recursos que chegam nas nossas próprias organizações. Então, falando dessa questão do financiamento, é muito importante dizer aqui nesses 4 minutos que os povos indígenas que têm feito todo esse trabalho para a questão do enfrentamento às mudanças climáticas, para nós é muito importante quando nós tivermos mecanismos mais claros e esses recursos possam chegar de fato às organizações indígenas, aos povos indígenas. Eu trago da minha organização uma experiência positiva de recurso que chegou na minha organização e a gente pôde trabalhar e construir os planos de vida. Como não só construir os planos de vida, mas implementar ações desses planos que são um sonho dos povos indígenas na construção das demandas que eles têm feito para continuar enfrentando todo esse tema de mudança climática. Para além disso, nós termos experiência clara para a garantia dos nossos territórios, apesar de nós termos um presidente no Brasil que voltou e está demarcando terras indígenas, nós temos inúmeros problemas ainda com a questão da demarcação da nossa terra. Por exemplo, enfrentamos, né, na justiça a questão do marco temporal, que é uma retirada de direito dos povos indígenas. Mas, para isso, em nossos territórios, nós estamos trabalhando também na questão da gestão do território e na questão da segurança alimentar, na questão da água e o enfrentamento às queimadas. E, para isso, com os nossos planos de enfrentamento às mudanças climáticas, nós temos implementado ações diretamente. Por exemplo, de salas de situação, onde a gente consegue monitorar as queimadas e a gente consegue fazer uma intervenção com o conhecimento tradicional e também com o conhecimento científico, como esses aplicativos abertos que nós podemos estar ali monitorando e também combatendo essa questão das queimadas. Então, é muito importante dizer que os recursos que chegam diretamente nas nossas mãos, nós sabemos como implementar ações para o fortalecimento e o direito dos povos indígenas. E quero agradecer por essa porcentagem desse recurso anunciado que chegou nas nossas comunidades, que a gente pôde fazer ações relevantes em nossos territórios. E dizer que nesse resultado de financiamento, mais uma vez em uma COP, aqui na COP29, o que os povos indígenas precisam é realmente continuar mantendo seus territórios, garantia dos seus direitos, e para isso nós precisamos sim de financiamentos diretos e financiamentos claros para a questão dos povos indígenas. Muito obrigada.
Thank you very much, Sinea. So we've heard very clearly that when money gets to indigenous organizations like the Roraima Indigenous Council, that you will get real results in terms of environmental management and people's well-being and livelihoods. Helen, tell us what this looks like in terms of the Green Climate Fund. Has there been progress? What is the Indigenous Peoples Advisory Group seeing? Where do you see this going?
Thank you very much.
And what reflections do you have from Hege's comments?
Thank you. Thank you very much, David. I hope you hear me. Yes, so I am Helen, and I'm a member of the Indigenous Peoples Advisory Group to the Green Climate Fund. So the Green Climate Fund was set up in 2010 to support climate mitigation and adaptation initiatives of developing countries. And indigenous peoples have been really following the Green Climate Fund and have been pushing for many things, one of which is an indigenous peoples policy, because the GCF started in 2010 without policy on indigenous peoples. They started funding proposals in 2015 without an indigenous peoples policy. It was only in 2018 that the GCF developed and adopted its own indigenous peoples policy, which provides standards and guidance for countries and accredited entities to work with indigenous peoples. But the one thing that we are still pushing for the Green Climate Fund to really do better is about access for indigenous peoples. So right now, we are pushing for a dedicated arrangement for indigenous peoples to access financing directly, because the architecture of the GCF is really set up in such a way that money goes through, of course, it's a country-led initiative, and so the money goes through accredited entities, and well, depending on a program or funding or project, then indigenous peoples can access. So there has been an exercise by the Indigenous Peoples Advisory Group and also the GCF Secretariat to look at the entire portfolio of the GCF, and we found out that 33%, about that figure percentage, of the portfolio of the GCF is going to be implemented in indigenous peoples' territories. However, there is really no framework and indicator in terms to see and disaggregate how much money indigenous peoples are accessing. So what we did was just look at the portfolio and identified which proposals mentioned that they're going to benefit indigenous people. So that's one of the challenges that we want to really push the GCF to do something about. For 2025, the GCF is going to host, through the government of Malaysia, a global convening for indigenous peoples to come together and make a sense of what access or direct access for indigenous peoples in the Green Climate Fund would look like. Because what we saw, for instance, some of the bottlenecks that we looked at is the accreditation. There are 200 plus or 300 plus accredited entities already in the Green Climate Fund, and not one single entity is an indigenous peoples organization. So if you don't have an indigenous peoples organization that is accredited, who is it that's going to access money for indigenous peoples? And so we are pushing for the Green Climate Fund to look at accreditation and ensure that there's an entity that is either an indigenous peoples organization or an entity that is working solely for indigenous peoples. The other one is the funding modality of the Green Climate Fund. Micro is up to $10 million US. So if we are looking at the amount, I mean, it's the likelihood of indigenous peoples not being able to submit a proposal and also access that amount of money for micro project is very high. Small is up to $50 million US, large is 250, and no, medium is up to 250, and 250 and above is large. So I was just in another event where David was talking about different modalities of how direct access for indigenous peoples can look like. We don't want to limit, again, the definition of what direct access could look like for indigenous peoples, because again, there might be organizations who would want to work with intermediaries of their own, selection according to the criteria that they want to set, or fiscal sponsors for that matter. But again, I think the most ideal here and the most important thing here is that really looking at these barriers, structural barriers and challenges that are not allowing indigenous peoples to identify and determine how the money that is allocated for them is going to be used by them. So looking at these barriers and doing something about it. Maybe last but not the least is that we have also, the GCF has received guidance from the Conference of Parties around ensuring the traditional knowledge of indigenous peoples as science should inform projects and proposals. This is one thing that we want to do in the Indigenous Peoples Advisory Group, to develop a guidance for accredited entities. How should this look like in climate funding proposals? How do you measure, for instance, traditional knowledge of indigenous peoples, and also ensure that they're integrated in climate sciences and also projects and proposals? I think I'm going to leave it at that, and happy to have conversations later.
Thank you very much, Helen. Applause, please. So we've heard in the Green Climate Fund there has been some progress, but they still have no direct mechanisms for funding indigenous peoples. They need to improve their tracking of indigenous peoples. They need accreditation of indigenous organizations. They need to address traditional knowledge. So there's still some work to be done. There was nothing in the last pledge about multilaterals like the Green Climate Fund, but perhaps in the next one there will be. Now we will move to a very different situation where indigenous peoples have created their own territorial fund to manage their funding and are doing very well. So we have Ode Rakman from the Nusantara Fund in Indonesia to reflect on this discussion and share some of the results of the Nusantara Fund. You have the floor, Ode.
Thank you, David, and thank you for this opportunity. First, I would like to inform to you all, in Indonesia already have IPLC-led fund by Nusantara Fund, and we already implementing since January in this year. Nusantara Fund was founded by 3 organization movement in Indonesia. There is AMAN, Indigenous Peoples Alliance, also members of GITC. There is Consortium for Agrarian Reform, KPA, and also there is WALHI, Environmental Forum in Indonesia, also members of Friends of the Earth International. Basically, we implementing this experience in Indonesia. Trust-based and right-based is our spirit. We implementing, we using a simple and flexible management approach. So that's why we try to optimizing our communication with all of our colleagues in AMAN, WALHI, and KPA who have in the provincial and district levels in Indonesia. So far, we have a big target. We have 5 big target Nusantara Fund. You can see in my slide. There is 5, and yeah, until now, since January and until October, we try to documenting our progress result and achievement during mapping on the land. You can see the result, and also 5 initiative we support for indigenous peoples and local communities in Indonesia. So far we already support 157 initiative from IPLC, and in this month, November, in the end of November, we try to preparing supporting for initiative indigenous peoples and local communities initiative, around 90 initiative. Maybe very far from our target per year. In our target, we must supporting initiative IPLC around 400 initiative, but in this year maybe we just support around 254 initiative. Yeah, and because we have a long-term target for 10 years, for next 10 years, we try to intervention 30 million hectares territories or land forest in Indonesia, and also our responsibility to how to we can increasing quality of life from indigenous peoples and local communities around 50 million peoples, because all of constituent from Aman, Walhi, and KPA, they have around 32 million peoples, members, assist organizing by Aman, Walhi, and KPA in the all of province in Indonesia. And the last, I just want to mention our target, how to the indigenous peoples and local communities can still continuing the local social practices, like how to they can protecting, managing, and maintaining the land territories for the future, and also yeah, how to they can free from how many threat in Indonesia, like infrastructure development, like land-based investment, and also extractive industries. So that's why Aman, Walhi, and KPA initiation this IPLC-led fund for how to the IPLC all of in Indonesia can fighting the rights. Thank you, David.
Thank you very much, Pak Ode. So we see that in a very short period of time, an indigenous and community managed fund has been able to make very fast progress, to use the money well, and to get out to many communities. And our congratulations to the Nusantara Fund. Now we will hear from Tjorbon from Rainforest Foundation Norway, who will give us both a general sense, but also talk about some examples from different countries. You have the floor.
Thank you, David, and thanks to everyone for being here as we're approaching the end of this COP. As David said, I work for Rainforest Foundation Norway, and in case not everyone knows, Rainforest Foundation Norway has now 35 years of history of working with and supporting indigenous peoples and local communities in tropical forests, in securing their land rights and protecting their ancestral forests. And as Hege alluded to in her presentation, we have, together with RRI, developed an independent tracking tool of funding for indigenous peoples and local communities. It's called the Path to Scale Funding Dashboard. You can Google Path to Scale and you will find that page. And this is, yeah, as I said, it's an independent monitoring tool. It's not just looking at funding from the pledge donors. It looks at funding independently of the source. But what it does is that it confirms the story or the report numbers from the FTFG, from the donors, that funding is increasing overall to support indigenous peoples and local communities. And the main source of this increase is from the Forest Tenures Funders Group. So that's kind of a corroboration of that. And it tells a very clear story that in terms that the pledge is working. In terms of increasing the funding, the pledge is working. Now what I think is equally important in this to show that the pledge is working is to get the stories from the ground of results from the ground, of actual recognition of results and improvements of livelihoods. So I would like to take the opportunity to give just one example. There's very little time, so just elaborate on one example. Hege mentioned it in her slides. The people living in voluntary isolation in the Peru-Brazil border region. There are two corridors, as we call them, covering together a combined size of 25 million hectares of forests, about equally shared on each side of the border. It's a massive area of highly intact forests and has the highest concentration of indigenous peoples living in voluntary isolation in the world. RFN has worked with the local indigenous organizations on both sides of the border since 2004, actually, to document their existence, their presence in these forests, map the lands that they use and live on, advance the legal recognition of these territories, support the protection by the help of other communities living around these forests that are in contact with the outside world, and working with authorities to advance this protection and the recognition. So since 2016, I think 3.2 million hectares of territories on the Peruvian side of the border have been recognized. I don't know the number on the Brazil side. They are older and there are large territories there as well. And only since 2021, when the pledge was given, there is almost 2 million hectares, 2 large territories that have been recognized. So this is a massive result, but as Hege kind of mentioned, they're not any one actor's result. It's a result of collective work, helped along with funding from the pledge and our collaboration with indigenous organizations in Peru. The way forward now is building out, and which is something we have been working on for a long time, building out the governance structures, governance mechanisms that brings in stakeholders from all different levels, because it's very complicated. It crosses the border and needs to, and the governance of these areas needs to involve stakeholders at all levels. Building out the coordination between different actors, because obviously many actors are already involved and need to be involved. And building out a funding mechanism to channel and funding to these areas to make sure that they can be protected and managed. So that's just one example I wanted to share and just underline both that this is the result of long-term work, but important results have been achieved over the last couple of years, which I think underlines the importance of the pledge, but also a sustained effort over time in order to achieve more results. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And because our speakers were so clear and stayed to time, we have about 6 or 7 minutes for questions or comments. Please make your questions or comments very short and specific, so we have enough time for several of them. And yes.
Mi nombre es Arlen Ribeira, soy indígena Huitoto de la Amazonía del Perú, somos parte de AIDESEP también. Y tristemente nuestra COICA, una organización tan grande, estaba fracturada por ahora, pero ya lo vamos a arreglar. Todo tiene su momento para nuestra unidad, y saludar a mis hermanos panelistas, que ya nos estamos preparando los indígenas para la COP30 en Brasil también. Yo quiero comentar en cuanto al apoyo a los pueblos indígenas para la seguridad territorial. Y realmente sí hemos tenido avances en la titulación de nuestros territorios. Y quiero contar una experiencia que hicimos con CLUA, con la Fundación FOR, por ejemplo. Nos reuníamos en Nueva York, los pueblos indígenas de América, de la cuenca amazónica, de 9 países de Sudamérica, de los hermanos de Asia y otras partes. Hacíamos nuestros planes de cómo vamos a hacer incidencia ante los gobiernos para asegurar nuestros territorios, la tenencia de la tierra. Y creo que funcionaba muy bien porque hacíamos una estrategia de comunicación, de incidencia política sobre el terreno, sobre el territorio, y de esta manera logramos titular miles de hectáreas de territorios que están ahora con los pueblos indígenas. Y entonces yo quiero solicitar ahora a Noruega, principalmente a Tenure Facility, creo que aquí está mi hermano Kevin de Clua, que nos apoya mucho a los indígenas. Hoy en día estamos afrontando una invasión, vamos a decir, muy fuerte de parte de los madereros ilegales, los mineros ilegales, en mi zona los narcotraficantes, políticas de construcción de carreteras sin consulta a los pueblos indígenas, y son fuertes amenazas para nuestros territorios a pesar que están titulados. Y también con el tema de carbono tenemos un problema muy fuerte porque hay muchos piratas de carbono que están mintiendo a los pueblos indígenas, y de tal manera que muchas comunidades han entregado sus títulos de propiedad a los piratas de carbono, y esto realmente es un riesgo. Entonces, para concluir, yo pienso que hay que ver también la economía indígena que queremos también para expulsar a los mineros, a los taladores ilegales, porque algunos indígenas dirigentes también están cayendo por necesidad que tienen las comunidades. Por lo tanto, yo solicito fortalecer la economía de los pueblos indígenas, que tenemos nuestra propuesta basada, por ejemplo, en chacras integrales, que no vamos a deforestar, al contrario, recuperamos suelos, y nosotros somos pueblos indígenas de alta conservación y baja deforestación. Entonces, gracias por este evento.
Muchas gracias, Arlen. Dale el micrófono al compañero. Hege, I don't know if you want to say something.
Thank you much, Arlen. 2 points. When it comes to carbon markets, it's our position that it needs to have very high social and environmental integrity, and it needs to happen at jurisdictional scale. So we have a very strong position against the carbon pirates, or the carbon cowboys, as they're called in English, just to be very clear on that. Your second point, when it comes to the crime, we have, at least from Norway's side, and we're working with many other countries on combating forest crimes. I didn't mention that here, but we have a very strong collaboration with Interpol and the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime to combat exactly the kinds of crimes you're mentioning. They just had a very successful operation in Peru called Los Villanos that did help against these crimes in other territories. But maybe they have not yet had actions in your territory, but we are very attentive to combating forest crimes together with, forest indigenous people's guardianship. So thank you very much for that, for your support to our action.
We have time for one more quick question and answer. If anybody has one quick question and answer they want to get in.
Thank you. I would like to ask to Ellen how the IPOs can be prepared to be an accreditation organization in GCF. And additional, may I, to HEC, is possible to the IPOs, the indigenous organizations, to assess directly NICF, the NICF funds?
So 2 quick questions and 2 quick answers, please. They're going to throw us out of here in a couple minutes. So please, Helen.
Thank you very much, Patricia. That's a very good question. So on accreditation, maybe I'm not going to talk only about accreditation, but also other means of accessing funds from the Green Climate Fund for Indigenous Peoples. Yes, one is accreditation. Tebteba, my organization, in the first years of our engagement, we sort of looked at the requirements for accreditation, but in the end, we decided not to pursue it because the fiduciary requirements are really just too challenging for us, and we decided not to go for it. But we are encouraging other organizations who might want to get accredited, especially those working with indigenous peoples, to go and try. But apart from accreditation, indigenous peoples can also become implementing entities or executing entities by partnering with already accredited entities. So indigenous peoples organizations anyone can actually develop a concept note, find an accredited entity who's willing to bring it to the Green Climate Fund. The other point of access is on readiness. So countries get readiness money from the Green Climate Fund. So I encourage you to get in touch with your national designated authorities in your country and see what is happening in the country. You can, in the Philippines, for instance, we were able to access some money, readiness money, to conduct a national consultation with indigenous peoples so that we are able to influence the country program of the Philippines for the Green Climate Fund. So these are some of the points where indigenous peoples can actually access the fund from the GCF.
Thank you, Helen. And we will give the last word to Hege to both answer the question and close the session.
Okay, thank you. You're right. So about the direct access, your question to NICFI, in some cases we have specialized programs. So in Brazil we have a specialized program for indigenous peoples run by the Norwegian Embassy in Brasilia. So in Brazil we have that capacity and we work directly. So 90% of that program is direct funding to indigenous organizations and funds. Through our civil society program, we have some direct grant agreements with some organizations, for instance with Aman and Walhi in Indonesia, because we've worked with them for many, many years. But Norway is a small government, so we don't have the capacity to have direct agreements with all indigenous organizations all over the world. So we therefore work with civil society organizations that are specialized in working directly with indigenous organizations, and two of them are here today. That's the Tenure Facility that David represents, and it's the Rainforest Foundation Norway that Torbjørn represents. So through them we have grant agreements. NICFI has grant agreements with indigenous organizations, but through specialized intermediaries. Yeah. So now I get to close that. Okay, thank you. So this is my writing book. Sorry, you see that I'm on the last page by coincidence, which is pretty good, I think, because it's the last day of the COP, and I was really nervous about this event. I was afraid that no one would show up, that you would all go elsewhere, or you would go to the old town and drink wine or whatever instead of sitting here. But you actually all came here, and that's extremely heartwarming, especially because we had such a great panel, and also because this is such an important issue. So it just really strengthened my belief that we're well on track, we're going to exceed our goals, and we're going to help all our partners in achieving their goals. So thank you for your input, thank you for listening, thank you for very good questions, and I think we need to give a big hand of applause to the Land Tenure Facility, to David and Sarah, who stepped in at last minute and helped me organize this event. And another round of applause to all our wonderful panelists today. Thank you so much. If we don't see each other again, I hope you have a very, very safe travels back to your countries. And of course, we hope to see each other again in Belém next year, which is going to be the Indigenous COP, from what I hear. So Sinea will be back, and you have to hold us accountable. Thank you.